We'll call the meeting of the Westerly Town Council to order. If all councilors are present except for Councilor Overton and Councilor Lombardo, I think is running just a little late. And to continue, the town manager, town solicitor, town clerk, and town sergeant are present. Invocation will be done this evening by Councilor Lothar.
For this evening's invocation, I would like to ask that we all come together with a spirit of compromise and humility so that we can get ourselves together, do the work that the people require us to improve this town, our living conditions, and be better to one another. Thank you.
Thank you. Salute to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We have recognitions, awards, memorials. We have a proclamation, Veterans of Foreign Wars Day, September 29, 2024. The Westerly Town Council proclaims September 29, 2024 as Veterans of Foreign Wars Day in the town of Westerly in celebration of the Veterans of Foreign Wars of the United States, VFW, 125th anniversary. The VFW was founded in 1899 by a small group of veterans who returned from campaigns in Cuba and in the Philippines, banded together to create a veterans organization that would advocate on behalf of all veterans. The VFW is a nonprofit veteran service organization comprised of eligible veterans and military service members from the active guard and reserve forces, whose mission is to foster camaraderie among United States veterans of overseas conflicts, to serve our veterans, the military, and our communities, and to advocate on behalf of all veterans. The Westerly Town Council stands with the VFW to ensure veterans are respected for their service, always receive their earned entitlements, and are recognized for the sacrifices they and their loved ones have made on behalf of this great country. Signed by all councilors. If the VFW is present, please come. Oh, we have a presentation this evening. Final report from the former Bradford School Site Study Committee. Dan and Lorene, remember to pull those mics right up. And just as a very brief comment, the council mandated that the chairs report out in the last month of their committee's formation. So this week it's the Bradford Ad Hoc, and next week it'll be the Marina. Thank you.
Okay, we're done. It was brief enough. Thank you for the opportunity to give you a final report, more of an update, because we addressed you back in April on the 15th with a more formal presentation and a PowerPoint. And I will say that what we said then still stands. Our original premise, I'll just go over it briefly, is to develop a vibrant, multi-generational, universally accessible, low-maintenance playground area in a park-like setting that fosters community togetherness, improves the health, wellness, and quality of life for people of all ages and all abilities in Westerly. The design will be barrier-free, ADA compliant, and feature areas of play, offering unique play features, nature-based, along with and offer garden landscaping experiences. Additionally, the idea is to plan the construction in a modular phased approach, so that as funds become available, we can add modules and fully develop the playground. Since we talked to you on April 16th, of course, Beta Corporation was conduct an engineering study and produce a master plan for the site. They've conducted a townwide survey. I believe there are 350 some participants for what Westerly residents would like to see on this site. The results of that survey were used to develop 2 preliminary master plans that will be presented to the public tomorrow evening right here at 5 o'clock. They will entertain questions. There will be a presentation. Our committee has reviewed and made comments and suggestions on the plans developed by Beta as they went along. We're very happy that most of our suggestions were well received and incorporated into what will be the final preliminary version that you'll see tomorrow evening. Yeah, in a word, our committee was just very pleased with the results of Beta's work so far. The devil, of course, is in the details. And yeah, in conclusion, the project is just not developed enough at this point for us to make any specific final recommendations. But we do have a high level of confidence in Beta and our town staff professionals to bring a final report and master plan from this study to you for approval that will meet our original objectives. It's our hope that you will approve this master plan so the preliminary approvals can be applied for with DEM and the grant application process can begin. If you're familiar at all with grant applications, that most grants want a plan up front, and for municipal projects, they want municipal approval as well. In addition to that, of course, we hope you'll authorize the town manager to use the funds you've already allocated for this project to begin the earth movement and baseline site preparations for the plan. And I guess I would like to just take this opportunity to thank the committee members who have worked with us, some for longer periods of time than others, but especially for Alexandra Healy, Lorene Smith, who have stuck it out for the whole almost year and a half that we've been working on this project. It's been a privilege to work with the town employees, the town manager, and all the department heads of the town. With some input, with Jim Federico from the Westerly Land Trust, Paul Coons from the Rhode Island Mountain Bike Association, Mark Dowdy from the Westerly Land Trust. And of course, working with Beta Corp, Randy Collins, David McKinley, and Miranda Hume. David is on my speed dial at this point. A lot of conversations. Any questions?
Thank you, Dan. Any questions from the council?
Thank you all for your work on getting the site redeveloped, and so it'll be useful for the community. Just a couple of questions, and you may have said this. I just want to make sure I have it right in my notes. But when do you think Beta will be complete with their plan? And will it be a single plan, or will it be options for the council to consider?
My understanding is it'll be a single plan, but in a modular fashion. So you'll be able to pick and choose different areas of development. As for when that will be available, I very recently just talked to him about that. It works out to sometime between November 5th and November 12th. My experience with contracts, I would round that up to the end of November.
Fantastic. And one last question. Do you know at this time yet which grants that you're going to be applying for to get funds for this project?
We won't exist as a committee.
I mean, sorry.
Again, the town, perhaps personally, I'd be able to help through the Bradford Community Development Association to get a little bit of help in looking for those grants.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dan, for your presentation. With regards to the master plan, do you have an idea of how much they're looking at as far as cost?
No. Let me go back to that schedule. Probable cost would be around October 22nd, so end of October. They need to know what they're costing out before they can put prices on it.
So what exactly are they looking for to be able to provide a cost?
Well,
I mean, you said we don't have an idea of a cost of what they're looking at.
Right.
Is it because they don't know how long it's going to take, what the project is, or are they looking for approval prior to giving us a number?
They're looking to determine what the facility will be. You know, we're going to the public tomorrow to finalize what we're going to be proposing be built.
Right.
Once that's done, then they can start price. There's still a lot of decision making to be made on what equipment to provide, what universal accessibility means, and how that's going to have to be incorporated.
Thank you very much for your time and for your work.
I want to thank this committee as well. I'm excited about what this is going to look like, and I really like the idea of Mr. King's and Mr. Aiello's to make this a multi-generational park, and I think that's really going to play well with the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you both very much for all the work you've done. I just want to follow up a little bit on the questions that were asked. Dan presented to the Recreation Board at our last meeting a week or two prior and had some of the plans that will be available tomorrow night at the library. or here?
Right here.
Right here, tomorrow night, public meeting where everybody can see the work that's been done and what's been potentially proposed. But as far as grants, discussion did come up at the rec board meeting, and that would be going, it will be done through the town. Julia Beasley, the rec department head, is already looking for grants, and the cost will be determined on what is decided, but the conversation very heavily and quickly went to, this will probably be done in phases, like the marina. It may not be done all at once. And the priorities right now is getting the grass, the land done, and then the playground. And after that, we'll see what we have for money and what the costs are.
Correct. Get the whole site ready for development so that you don't put in equipment and have to remove it or be working around it. You know, really just a organized approach.
Thank you. And I'll just round it off by just reminding folks tomorrow night, right here in the chambers, 5 to 7, walk in, pop in, bring the kids, bring your family, Q&A. I think they're planning on talking a little bit at 5:30, but it's very free-flowing. And there'll be these large maps set up in here so people can see it and look. A lot of thought and time and effort has gone into this from several people. And my hat's off to the committee for sticking this out and withstanding a lot and moving forward. And I think capping this off now with beta, I think it's a long time coming. And there are several grants. I mean, DEM grant is coming up, and there's a lot of grants out there once that master plan is finalized. So thank you again. Appreciate you coming.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Next on the list is citizens' comments. Sign-up sheets will be available, which I have right now. Citizens who do not sign up to speak will have an opportunity to be heard following individuals listed on the sign-up sheet. When addressing the council, please state your name and address. Please conduct yourself in an orderly, respectful fashion. Citizens will have up to 5 minutes and 1 opportunity to speak. The comments of citizens accessing this portion of our meeting are neither adopted nor endorsed by this body, but heard as requested. Comments shall be limited to agenda items only. If the matter is scheduled for a public hearing, the comment shall be deferred to that agenda item. Now, just as a reminder, short-term rental, I mean, our rules do say that if you want to speak on that, it's to be done during a public hearing, but I'm going to ask a procedural thing of the solicitor. If our rules say that the comments shall be deferred to the public hearing that's on here, but can we give them the opportunity to speak during citizens' comments, but their comments just certainly won't be recorded like they would be in a public hearing? Or should we restrict those to the public hearing?
Sorry, as you have noted, the rules provide that it would be deferred until the public hearing. The council does have the right to waive that rule and allow those comments to take place during the public comment section, just as it can waive other rules as we've done in the past, but the council would have to waive that rule.
Well, let me just ask a brief question in the audience. Anybody who's here to speak for short-term rentals, if you can't wait till the public hearing, raise your hand. Tonight, it's just a little later in the agenda, that's all. So can everybody wait, or does anybody? All right. Yeah. Yeah, under a public hearing, yes, you're allowed some additional time. If you do it citizens' comments, it's 5 minutes. All right, so I think everybody can wait till the public hearing. Okay. Thank you. So I will go down the list and find people who are not talking about that now. We have some for Potter Hill, and I'll remind people that this is a contract to extend Fuss and O'Neill. It's not to talk specifically about the Potter Hill Dam and all those things. This is about the contract extending the Fuss and O'Neill. So Potter Hill, Peter Ogle.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity. Tonight, you're considering extending Fuss O'Neill's contract for the next phase of work on improving fish passage through Potter Hill. I strongly encourage you to reject it. We simply just don't know enough about what this contract really means. And this is the same Fuss O'Neill that has misled you, the town, in February and led to the study of options A, B, and E, which we now know increased flooding in downtown Westerly. This in direct contradiction to what they had claimed for years of improving flood resiliency and no impact in downstream flooding. And this is also the same Fuss O'Neill whose wetland study totally misrepresents critical roles of the river that the river plays in maintaining over 500 acres of pristine wetlands that have existed since pre-colonial times. We know this through a study of the river and the wetlands performed by Dr. Denise Burstead, an independent scientist and educator who has bet her reputation on the report she has prepared. She has also had it reviewed by a colleague who's a real river scientist who works for NOAA. Frankly, you should be removing Fuss and O'Neill from their leadership role in this project because they clearly do not have the best interests of Westerly at heart. Why reward them? Continuing to rely on Fuss and O'Neill will lead to more misinformation and poor decisions that cost us a lot of money. Lawsuits as property owners protect their rights and environmentalists as we try to protect the wetlands. Does this sound like a prudent action for the town council? I don't think so. So I strongly encourage you to reject it or at least restructure it so Fuss and O'Neill doesn't have a role in it. Finally, our town website continues to show the misinformation that Fuss and O'Neill and the partners have prepared, not the facts as we know them today about flooding and about the wetlands and frankly, other issues. I would really like to see the town rewrite its website on the dam and in the process include Dr. Burstead's presentation. And that summarizes what I have. Some of you probably saw my letter to the editor in the Westerly Sun. So here's a copy of it for those who didn't. Thank you.
Carl Rosen.
Good evening. My name is Carl Rosen. I live at 9 River Road in Ashway, Rhode Island, and I urge you to reconsider spending more money for additional consulting fees regarding the Potter Hill River and Dam. The Pawcatuck River Dam project now has $4.4 million allocated for well replacements. And the project began with you being told there were 12 wells that needed replacement per the Southern Rhode Island Conservation District surveys. I came before you after that to let you know that it was more like 100 wells, because as a member of the Hopkinton Dam Committee, we surveyed door to door and determined that was the case based on criteria provided by Dr. Arthur Gold at the University of Rhode Island. It's interesting there's such a significant difference between their survey and ours, and now you have almost $4.5 million allocated. None of the homeowners that I've spoken to want their point wells replaced and new wells drilled. My point well is similar to the Westerly town wells in White Rock. We both draw clean water from the sole source aquifer we call the Pawcatuck River. Drilled wells don't always produce pure clean water. Our area is the #1 area in Rhode Island for radon, which is found in granite, naturally. Our area, wells are drilled into this granite, and they hope to find fishes in the granite where there's water between 100 and 400 feet. Besides radon, these waters commonly contain iron, manganese, and other contaminants. I did not see a line item budgeted for maintenance in the future for these contaminated wells. This could be an ongoing liability for the town of Westerly. Be aware there are no guarantees that these wells won't require filtration and future maintenance. For less than $4.4 million, you could replace the dam's gates and sluiceways with a state-of-the-art fish ladder, just like the one at the Horseshoe Falls in Shannock, Rhode Island, and repair the minor issues with a structurally sound dam proper and be done with the issue. Please consider this before wasting any more of the taxpayers' money with no positive results after spending over $800,000 already. Thank you.
Thank you, Carl. Next is Carrie Clark about the liaison for Westing Housing.
Hi, everybody. I'm back again. Since my last visit a few weeks ago, nothing has happened. We are in desperate need of a liaison. We need somebody with a spine, someone who is not afraid and is willing to invest the time and energy to help protect seniors. Mr. Lombardo pointed out that they never even file minutes for our meetings. But Lucianne finally decided to file her first set of meeting minutes, which are incorrect. And I wonder if someone can clarify for me. Lucianne said that the town court, where did she put it? Is it the town? Oh, town hall. She said that the town hall asked to invite political people that are running to Chestnut Court. At the meeting, our executive director, Gary, said no political things belong in our board. We are not part of that. She said it was Seth Magaziner. And I said, no, we got a robocall. And that is for, move your car, we're having a snowstorm. The world's coming to an end. It's an emergency line for all residents. We got a robocall from Sam Azanero, come down to Chestnut Court, Westerly Housing. We have light refreshments and a guest at 9:30 in the morning. When I went to the meeting, she insisted it was Magaziner. I said, no, it was whoever this Sam Azario is. I don't even know who he is. On our monthly meeting, here's a picture. Lucianne with Mr. Azanero. I'm sorry, Azanero. And she swore it was Seth Magaziner. I'm confused. I'm old, but in her own newsletter, here is her picture. So what I'm asking for is, for the love of God, give us somebody, anybody with a spine who is willing to stand up for the elderly. And nothing ever changes. We have meetings, nothing happens. Oh yeah, we're working on that. So that's what I'm pleading with you for tonight. Please give us a liaison. We're in desperate need of one. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Pete Bonk.
Pete Bonk, 27 Saratoga Avenue. I can't believe we're still wrangling over Potter Hill Dam. This has gone on forever. Theoretically, this whole thing is done to do the fish. As was mentioned by a previous speaker, there are a lot better ways to deal with this, a lot cheaper ways to deal with if you're concerned about migration of fish. Fish ladder's been around for a long time. We have one there now. Does it need to be improved? Quite possibly. But one can do that without disrupting the wells in Ashaway, the property that surrounds the water behind the dam. That is a beautiful area, and the wetlands. We're doing stupid things, really, really stupid things for no good purpose here. Focus on what needs to be done. It's not rocket science to clean up that site where the mill is, which this thing has been somewhat confounded by. We certainly don't need $800,000 going to a consulting firm to solve this problem. It's pretty obvious how to do it. And we've heard answers to do that time and time again over the last 3 or 4 years, however long this process has gone on. And the fact that F&O have not been, I'll be polite and say, not particularly forthcoming and honest in their work, they shouldn't even be considered for any additional work with the town. It's a waste of our money. So just don't even deal with these people anymore. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes everything that is not short-term rental. If there's anyone else who would like to speak about something that's on the agenda.
Milo Willis, 5 Yarmouth Drive, Westerly. This is a request that you avoid getting contractually trapped into Potter Hill Dam removal. Instead, be like Shannock, keep the dam, build a better fish ladder. Environmentalists have been pushing for Potter Hill Dam removal for a few years now. NOAA and others have arranged for a consulting firm, Fuss & O'Neill, to assist them. Fuss & O'Neill have billed hundreds of thousands of dollars so far, only to admit, when pressed, that many of their initial dam advocacy assertions were wrong. These dam removal advocates have made a number of false and misleading claims to try to get you to commit to their desire for dam removal over and above what's actually needed for good fish passage. Their latest attempt is tonight's proposed agreement. Beware, blind acceptance of agreement may well commit you to the whole grant. What hasn't been decided, wasn't authorized, and is ill-advised. If you agree even just to their phase 1 or a limited extension of consultancy, which is referred to as corresponding to the grant, you may be agreeing to that grant, or they may decide that you're bound to it. You're asking for trouble. If you accept any agreement, please put in some protective language, such as Westerly hasn't finished its evaluation and does not commit now to dam removal, or Westerly is committed to better fish passage, but by this agreement, the town does not commit to Potter Hill Dam removal. They tell us that Potter Hill is the last major barrier to fish passage on the Pawcatuck River. They haven't told you that Shannock, seen in their same map, is not a barrier. It's an acceptable, completed compliance, having kept its horseshoe dam and having built a better fish ladder. And they haven't disclosed to us that we can do that too. I've separately summarized 7 major dam removal advocate false assertions in the 3-page handout I put on your desk this evening. The 5 minutes doesn't allow me to discuss them, but I urge you to read them. Most want to see better fish migration, and we all agree that we need a better fish ladder at Potter Hill. But some dam removal advocates want to view the river as it was 200 years ago. That's a nice ideal, but trying to impose an ideal desire when it would harm others is wrong. Disdaining those harmed who just want to protect their properties, their assets, and their quality of life is unfair. Misleading us while trying to do so is dishonest. They now ask you to commit to renewed consultancy corresponding to a recently offered grant, a grant that repeatedly plans dam removal, more than 20 times in the grant and 20 more times in supplement documents. Beware of what they want you to sign and what they may later claim it bound you to. Please be careful. I recommend that the council read all tonight's submissions before deciding anything, and then do 3 things. Reject all, even indirect, commitment to dam removal. Tell NOAA that we haven't committed to dam removal and we won't sign agreements that would compel us to do so. For example, put in that kind of language that I discussed earlier, or find better language. Number 2, resolve to make a state-of-the-art natural stone multi-pool fish ladder, a much better one than they have now. Be like the Shannock ladder that NOAA's Mr. Turek lauds on YouTube. He's got a YouTube video entitled, "How Does a Fish Ladder Work?" in which he lauds the solution at Shannock, which includes a much better fish ladder and retention of the dam. And last, reassure all that we will be environmentally acceptable and as compliant for the fish as Shannock is. Keep our solid dam in the beautiful upwater rivers intact, like Shannock kept its upper horseshoe dam with its improved compliant fish ladder. Shannock is no longer a barrier, and not with an excellent fish ladder will we be. Fund a good fish ladder for the fish, but protect property owners and recreational boating for the people. Protect our wetlands, protect our town from future litigation, protect all of us from the often well-meaning, fish-focused environmentalists who have so frequently misled us or tried to. Thank you.
Is there anyone else wishing to speak on anything that's on the agenda other than short-term rentals? No. All right, council's response. Councils may have up to 5 minutes to respond to citizens' comments, should not engage in discussions between councilors, shall maintain decorum, and shall refrain from personal attacks and disparaging remarks. A level of decorum is the expected standard. Hit the timer. Hit this. Even yourself.
Thank you, Mr. Aiello. As some of you know, I've been the liaison to the Potter Hill Dam project for over a year. I think I know more about it than most of my fellow councilors, although Mr. Aiello and Mr. Lombardo have really caught up to speed as of late. You're starting to sway me a little bit, Mr. Ogle, Mr. Rosen, and I just want to bring it back to why. It's because of the lifestyle and people living on that river, and they've been used to a certain way of life. And I appreciate that. But what I want to say is what I don't appreciate. I don't appreciate the constant fear-mongering that Carl Rosen brings in, telling us that this is going to somehow take away from the quality of water. And that's one of my passions. I would never, ever take a vote that would hurt anyone's water. And the money that we put aside is to make sure that nobody will have any cost, and to think that somehow these point wells are going to be as good as any new well that's drilled is ridiculous. And to keep this narrative alive, this lie that somehow this council is going to do something to hurt people's drinking water, stick to what's going to make me come over to your side. And that's the quality of life, the recreation. I wish you would just stop with with the fear mongering though. As far as Mrs. Clark, how are you? I think that you do deserve a strong liaison. I think the best person for the job up here would be Mr. Lombardo if he'd accept it. If he chooses not to, I will step up and you're gonna have a good liaison, okay? You're welcome.
I want to thank everybody for coming to speak. I want to say personally, I don't like, Dylan, what you're calling out a person from the public and calling them fear mongering when they're just talking what their position and what their feelings are. I'm sorry that you think that, but I don't think that that's right to state that. I also think that this council hasn't looked at all the information from Potter Hill, especially the fact that we've gotten a resolution from Hopkinton and we've ignored it. So, you know, we've got information in front of us. We need to look at the details, and there's questions on both sides. And we're a community where the dam can affect both sides, and we need to work together, not against each other. So thank you for talking. And as far as the housing, hopefully with the new person that we just put on last week, and you know, hopefully you'll get a strong liaison as well. That'll start with the issues of working better. Thank you.
Just very briefly on the dam, I believe about 5 or 6 months ago, I made an agenda referral request for a project manager, a third party. It's been really clear to me that there is a lack of trust within the community, and we have kind of warring scientific data on both sides. In a case like that, it's very difficult for us to resolve or to have like a really good idea of you know, where we should stand. Like, we are not riverine ecologists, engineers, anything like that. You know, we are looking at trying to make an informed decision on how to best spend the town's money, if there's any town money involved, or what kind of project we can get that's going to fulfill our requirements if we are using federal money. And so I'm sticking with that assertion. I would really prefer that we had a independent project manager that could evaluate claims from our engineer, claims from the community and other independent scientists before we move forward again with another Fuss and O'Neill contract.
Anyone else? Robert?
I'll start with Ms. Clark. I did call up your director, a reminder that she had not filed minutes for over a year. This is a problem with committees in this town, and this town council has not done their job forcing them. I've had to file a lawsuit against the Conservation Commission because it doesn't follow minutes. It adamantly will not follow minutes. I don't know why she wouldn't follow minutes. She would not talk to me for very long. She's deceptive. I don't mind being the liaison, but I don't want to do it if I don't have a commitment from this council to bring those people in at this table and let us ask them some hard questions. As I said the last time you were in here, I don't want it just to be window dressing. This council's really, really, really good at window dressing. They'll give it to you. They'll tell you that they care, but when push comes to shove, they won't bring the people in and hold their feet to the fire. There's nobody here that's going to push anybody in on a committee. I don't know why, but the committees, I used to be a firm believer of committees, but now I'm thinking they're absolutely useless. But I will do it, but I would like to hear a commitment from this council to really look into it by bringing the people in and asking the questions. And I think that your story about them saying you can't bring people into your meetings because it's some kind of campaigning shows what we're dealing with. Okay, they're deceptive, they're hiding something, and I smell a rat. I don't mind doing it. That's what I'll say about that. Thank you, Peter Ogle, Mr. Rosen, Mr. Bonk, and Dr. Willits. It's always nice to have educated, intelligent people come to the podium and speak. You're all accomplished scientists. You know the way it works. You take the data, you mix it with the science, you come out with a result. It's the same thing. I mean, I am engineer trained as an engineer. The law is the same. You're supposed to take the facts, take the law, come to a conclusion. In desperation as a lawyer, I have started with my closing argument and worked backwards. It doesn't work well. I have attended a couple meetings lately. It's worse than I thought. So I'm going to call it what I've called it before. This is a bamboozle. There's $14 million. The government loves printing money. They gave us $14 million. They dangle it in front of us. Now, before I get down that path, I do want to remind you, I talked to the last council. The reason this didn't go anywhere with the last council is because they didn't trust Fuss and O'Neill. Okay, this has been a problem. I called him out the first time I heard it. Not good at much, but I can smell a fraud from a mile away. And what I smelt coming out of his mouth was a fraud. Now, I think he's generally a honest guy. However, money does funny things. And the money's running this thing. And we're all at the feeding trough. Everybody in that room is getting a piece of that 14 million. So they don't care what they have to do. They want it. And Fuss and O'Neill, even though he's supposed to work for the town of Westerly, works for Noah because Noah's the bag man. It's clear. And they laid out the evidence in one of the meetings I did attend. And they have a problem. They admitted that and they're using 100-year data, which I think is too long. They should use a 10-year data for the flooding. But they admitted if they do A, B, C, D, and even E, they're talking modified E, there's going to be some flooding downstream. And FEMA doesn't allow that. And then if they go far too far the other way, though, there might be some flooding upstream. So there's problems. But there's $14 million you're fighting against, and these people really want the $14 million. Now, I tried to get into another meeting, the next meeting I went to, and I waited outside in the Zoom meeting for 15 minutes. And I was wondering why it took so long to let me into the meeting. I found out later for somebody who was at the meeting, they were discussing whether to let me in, let Lombardo in. Okay, so that just shows you the issue here. I don't know where you're going to get anywhere with this council, but I will be voting against this. I do agree with Mr. Lowther. We should have had a project manager that works for the town, but the money comes from Noah. He's the money man, Turek. He doles out the cash. So everybody loves the money man. They don't care so much about Westerly. This could have been completed with a fish ladder and it'd be done. There's the Potter Hill Mill that we haven't even talked about. That should be done.
That's 5, Robert.
Okay, they don't want to hear from me. But keep up the good work.
All right, we'll just have to watch it. It used to beep, but we can hear a beep. There should be a sound button. Joy, did you speak? I think everybody else did.
Again, thank everybody. I thank everybody for coming. This has been a long, long process, way before this council's time. Tonight, we're voting to extend a contract. We're not, that's all it is. I've been hearing references about pigs at the trough and fraud, and I put an appeal out into the Westerly Sun a year ago asking people, if you know something, please tell me. I've never seen anything that proves to me that there is some type of fraud or money gouging going on here. I believe a couple counselors are getting ahead of the discussion. We are not at the point yet where we have been presented any scientific research or evidence. We have not been presented anything by your independent scientist, nor by whoever Fuss and O'Neill has working for them. Our liaison, town manager, they probably have it. It has not been shared with the council.
That is simply untrue. Stop lying.
Robert. Let's not interrupt anyone, please.
I have not received any scientific documents. So anyway, I just want to say that and just clarify again what this is. I will be asking more questions when this comes up in the agenda. And to Councilor Lothar's point, I believe it was more than just an agenda referral. I want to say that the council voted, in fact, to obtain a project manager. No, we didn't. Okay, well, then there was a solid consensus that we wanted to address that topic. And I still believe that that's something that will help both sides. But thank you for speaking.
Thank you. We'll try to keep this brief because I know most everybody is here probably for the short-term rental. The project manager that people have been talking about, the town manager is the point person for the town on this project right now. Fuss and O'Neill is the engineering firm. And in this extension, and hopefully we'll have another contract soon about a community engagement group. And that may not be the full or accurate title, but that's essentially that. And so that'll be coming up. And this tonight is just an amendment to go forward a little bit, and then we'll go forward. And then probably in the next 2 or 3 weeks, we'll be having a presentation on the whole Potter Hill Dam project. There was a lot of things thrown out tonight. One person's opinion doesn't make it fact. Everybody in the room isn't making money on this, and things aren't going on. The old thing behind closed doors, that's
Yes,
not
they
happening.
are.
Counselor, your remarks are out of order. Everybody else was polite enough to let you finish speaking. Counselor, your comments are out of order.
It's not true what he
Your
said.
counselor. This is an example of, you can just imagine, and it's unfortunate. Everybody up here is willing to listen to everybody speak. And we just need to take our time and listen. And I don't think this council is rushed or is doing anything ill-advised. This council has gone out of its way. I don't want to say out of its way, but it's gone beyond, above and beyond. The town manager has gone above and beyond. Fuss and O'Neill has gone above and beyond. People from the public contacting them directly. That stops. They go through the town manager. He is the point person for the town. All things Potter Hill right now. And that's where they go through. And the people know who this applies to. Everybody else, my apologies for being a little bit stern. But we are doing our best to move forward in the best light for everybody. And ultimately, we are here to protect the Westerly Town taxpayers, ultimately. So moving on, like I said, in 2 or 3 weeks, we will have a Potter Hill special meeting. We're working out some particulars. Next. Consent calendar. All items are considered routine and can be approved by one motion. However, if discussion is necessary on any item, it can be moved to new business. The minutes will be tabled to October 7th. Any objection? No. October 7th? You want to vote on that? All right. we'll just take a consensus, okay? Or do you want a motion? Rather have a motion? Okay, the clerk would like a motion to table the minutes until October 7th, the next regular meeting.
Yes.
Council Shalaba, is there a second?
A second.
Council Lothar, discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Appears unanimous, Madam Clerk. Thank you. Fiscal matters. I'll read all four resolutions. And if anybody needs to recuse, then we'll deal with that one separately. Resolution authorizing a waiver of penalty for late payments, $985.12. Resolution authorizing a waiver of penalty for late payments, $50. Resolution authorizing deletion through tax rolls, $6,737.43. Resolution authorizing the addition to the prorated tax rolls, $12,622.01. Chair will accept the motion to approve.
So moved.
Councilor Shalaba, is there a second? Councilor Cordio, discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So one abstention, the rest are all yes. Resignations and appointments. Resignation, Nicholas Carr from the Board of Finance. Councilor Lothar?
I would like to accept a motion to accept with regret the resignation of Nicholas Carr from the Board of Finance.
Motion's been made. Is there a second?
Second.
Councilor Shalaba, discussion? All in favor of accepting with regret?
Aye.
Aye. Here's unanimous, Madam Clerk. Appointments, Town Council Liaison, Housing Authority, and then we have the Conservation Commission and the Zoning Board Auxiliary Member. The Town Council Liaison doesn't come under the Appointments Committee, so is there, and did you get any councilors who submitted their name, Madam Clerk? No? Well, we'd asked any councilors who were interested to please submit their name, and nobody did.
You're the president.
So I will ask if there are any councilors who, I know we had somebody from the public recommend Council Lombardo.
Yeah, I stated it. I prefer Mr. Lombardo. I think he's the best choice. I think he'll be the council these people are looking for to really help him out. If he doesn't want it for some reason, then I'll step up. But I'm gonna defer to him on this.
And I would, whoever ends up being a liaison, I would suggest having a chat with the manager and solicitor to see just exactly if what they can and can't do, so they don't interfere with the federal laws that deal with the Westerly Housing Authority. It's really a liaison to the board, but it can be very helpful.
I second Councilor Lombardo.
Yeah. Here's the discussion. If you want to have a discussion, I told you why I reluctant, because I don't feel that this council follows through on much. And they do a lot of window dressing, a lot of talking, but when it comes down to it, they don't pull people in front of here, ask them questions, especially with the commissions. You treat them as some kind of a special thing. If you want to be on a committee in the town of Westerly, you have to answer to the town council. So that's the question. Are you going to bring them in to ask them questions about the complaints that these people have? And if I can't get a commitment, then I don't want to be just a patsy, because then you'll say, well, Lombardo didn't do anything. I can't do anything. I don't set the agenda. We know who sets the agenda. If you're not going to put it on the agenda, why are we having a liaison for a couple months? So if we can get that kind of a commitment, I'll be happy to do it. But without that, barring that from the president, that he's going to put it on the agenda some night, it's just a waste of time. I'm just one person. I can't do it.
All right, just to clarify, this council is, he's mentioning this council. This council hasn't requested any board or commission to come before this council. So that's it's an unfounded comment. It's just wrong. So if.
Yes, but you should. You should. You have a conservation commission that you're going to, no, let me finish.
I didn't know I'm not. I did
continue
not
to
interrupt you, Counselor.
Well, then let me finish after you speak then. You never let me speak after you speak.
That's not true. Not true. Not true. So nobody has asked for any board or commission to come before this council. I'll make that clear right now. And if this council wanted a board or commission in front of this council, it would happen. So nobody has been denied that. And if this council wants to have the Westerly Housing Authority, it was alluded to last time. We could have the chair come in or ask the housing board, but then also we need a little guidance from the solicitor on that as far as what can the council do with the Westerly Housing Authority. We appoint members to the board, but we don't really have control over their inner workings. So if we can just take a brief, if we can you give us a brief comment as far as what a liaison could do with a Westerly Housing Authority? When I was a liaison, I attended all the meetings, and the residents and the board appreciated a council person being there, and we could relay information back and forth. So what else can a liaison do?
The liaison is not a voting member of the board. The liaison is exactly as you've outlined. Liaison attends the meetings, may participate as a liaison in those meetings, not as a voting member. Liaison can report back to the council, make recommendations to the council regarding actions to be taken in regard to a board. But the liaison does not become a acting member of the board.
Mr. President, if I may.
Yes.
What I'd be willing to do is I'll commit as a second council. If Mr. Lombardo accepts his position and decides that he would like to have somebody from the Housing Authority appear before this council, I will go on record that I'll commit to being a second vote to that, in which case it should be on an agenda. And we could bring, would that be okay, Mr. Conley? If we did, two councils requested it and we put it on the agenda, would that be all right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And as far as just a little clarification, so liaisons understand, they're a liaison to the board. It's in relationship with residents. Are they another funnel for them, another point of contact for them to complain or either positives or negatives? Yes. Okay. Just want to make it clear. Yes.
Yeah, so we've received letters from these people and they've spoken and they're serious and they're concerning. And we haven't done anything in the 3 weeks they've been writing these letters. There's some serious allegations. I stuck around, listened to some of the other ones after we finished the other night. They need to be heard, and we need to ask the director if these things are true or not. But that's the thing. I can go and collect the facts, but if we just blow it off and not put it on the agenda, then what good is it? That's my problem, is that I don't hear, I mean, Mr. LaPiedra just said it, but nobody else on this council has said, yes, we would commit to bringing it in and asking some questions that these women have asked and come to meetings. This is the second meetings, and the letters, or some of them are terrible. The woman wrote out in her own handwriting. So I don't know how we can ignore it, but we seem to be doing a pretty good job at it.
Again, nothing's been ignored. We've also received emails and letters from folks who are very happy with how things are going. So there is a mix. And just, I wanted to put that out there. Not everything received has been negative. So, thank you. Okay.
Say that.
Thank you. Thank you. So just remind us, under a general referral, we can have, if the council wants, we'll have the board come in. We can't we can't mandate that the director come in here. We can pass an invitation along, but we can have the board come in here because the council appoints the board, not the director. The Westerly Housing Authority Board appoints the director.
Right, but we can ask her, we can send her an invitation to come.
That's what I just said. We can always invite.
Right.
And have that.
Mr.
But
Conley,
this isn't a discussion right now.
right, but
Counselor.
Mr. Conley, are you listening? We can bring in, we can invite, but we can't force somebody but somebody that we
We
appoint.
can invite. yeah.
Right.
Could the board ask the director to come in?
All right, folks,
Yes.
folks, all right, let's not make this a free-for-all. We need to get through the business of tonight. Thank you. And he said that last time. We can send it in, we can invite anybody we want. Whether they choose to come, it's their prerogative. But the board, we can have come. All right. So the council would like to have the board or the chair come in and answer questions? Just informally, okay, all right. So you have your answer, Counselor, so. Okay, so Councilor Lombardo will be the liaison. Thank you. Don't have to, it's just an appointment, liaison. But under general referrals, we will remind us to bring up the, getting them in here, okay? Okay, Councilor Lothar.
All right, so moving to appointments for the Conservation Commission. Would like to make a nomination for Sarah Whalen as a renomination for her current seat. And if there is any discussion, we discuss now.
I will vote no for anybody in the Conservation Commission. I've had to sue them and they do not file minutes. And this idea that they don't have, Ms. Cordio said they don't have a quorum is not true. Mr. McAndrew filed an affidavit with the Attorney General's office, said he is not filing minutes because he doesn't have to. And this has been over a year and you haven't even required them to file minutes.
So is that a no from you, Counselor?
It's a no, but it's
Okay.
why it is. And
Councilor
so
Shalaba.
everybody knows.
Yes or no on Sarah Whalen?
Yes.
Councilor Cordio?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Petra?
Yes.
And the chair is yes, and you're yes, so that's
Yeah.
5, right?
I did want to have a discussion as well, though. Just to say, I think it's going to be appropriate to also make an agenda referral to have the Conservation Commission come in and explain why they don't file minutes. But it would be a yes to Sarah Whalen.
Okay. Zoning Board, is that another reappointment?
And we have another reappointment for Zoning Board Auxiliary Member. I'd like to nominate Lori Moore to her current seat as an auxiliary member.
Second.
Nomination, all right.
Is there any discussion on Lori Moore?
Discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Appears unanimous, Madam Clerk.
Point of clarification, Mr. President. Can you, I'd like to know, Councilor Lombardo says he is suing the Conservation Commission, and I've heard nothing about a lawsuit. I know there's been a complaint to the Attorney General's office, but I would like to be updated on that, please.
All right. Okay, next. What a lot of people have been waiting for. Public hearing is ordered advanced on September 16th for this time. Proposed ordinance, an ordinance and amendment of section 145-25, residential zone short-term rental registration of chapter 145 of the Westerly Code of Ordinances entitled Housing Standards, discussion and possible action. We have planning board recommendation filed July 22nd of this year, short-term rental boundary map. Correspondence in opposition to proposed amendments received from Caroline Duxta, Colleen Sarek, Pam Camelio, Lisa Ferraro, 2 of them, David Robinson, Manny Capellan, Donna Parsonen, Partridge Snow and Hahn, Michael L. Minot, counsel. And we received 2 more correspondence from Tricia Hamilton and Gary Julian. Shall we accept the motion to open the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Second. Councilor Lothar seconded. Discussion on opening the public hearing. All in favor of opening the public hearing?
Aye.
Aye. Unanimous, Madam Clerk. All right. Before we have, Mr. Mayor, did you want to say anything about this before we open the comments up to the public?
I mean, I can. I mean, obviously, this has been in effect for, I believe Mary might have to correct me, 3 years now. We've been registering these for 3 years. It was before the last council. It started out at a $50 fee. People have to register. It has changed since. You now have to register the state level also. And that's also an additional $50 fee. A law was just enacted in August of this year, 2024, that you now have to, if you short-term rental your property, you have to have a fire inspection every single year to make sure the smoke detectors and so forth, similar to commercial properties. And the proposal that was presented is increasing the fee to 500. And I know a lot of people have asked the question as to, why 500? What's the money going for? We've learned we have about 200 properties registered in the town, and we probably have 480 in town because there's computer programs which we don't have, which we're looking to get. It's going to cost between 30 and 40,000 per year for this program, but it monitors all the short-term rental tracking sites and monitors everything up for rental, and we'll compare it against our registration list, and then we'll know who the violators are and send them notice. And if somebody isn't registered, they can be summoned into municipal court and fined per day as outlined in the ordinance. The $500 fine for the short-term rental is a average, not fine. $500 fee is an average fee in the state. It's an average fee nationwide. There's some communities that are higher than that, and as well as there's some that are lower. So that's the reason for the increase in the fee, to basically offset the cost for the computer programming that we're going to use to monitor it, and then also staffing time to monitor all this in an attempt to get everybody registered. The other side of it is to try to put some sort of regulations or restrictions in areas that you can. I know we have it implemented. If you're a property owner and you live out of town, you have to have a management company managing it. Why? Because the public safety side. If there is an issue with the property, we have someone we can contact to reach out to address the issue on the property. This isn't an issue just in Westerly. This is an issue many communities nationwide are talking about how to deal with short-term rentals, how to regulate it. You're basically taking residential property and you're turning it into a commercial entity at times you wish to do a short-term rental. Changes dynamics of neighborhoods. It changes the inventory of housing available. It changes the pricing of housing available. It changes the rents that can be collected for housing. If you're short-term renting your property, then you're not renting it by the month to people. There's a whole slew of things we can go through, but so that's the reason behind the suggested changes that are before you tonight for the public hearing. So I can ask questions along the way if it comes up.
Well, this is actually for the solicitor. I'm very concerned about the insurance, because I think that once we regulate these properties, if there is a lawsuit over, if somebody's hurt, will the town have exposure?
Simply because we engage in a regulatory function over a kind of use doesn't create a liability for us, which is not to say that somebody may not.
I got
be able
that.
to.
I understand that part. But yeah, so you don't think it increases it by
Yes, sir.
by the regulation of it? Wouldn't increase it. Okay. But it wouldn't be a bad idea though to make sure they have insurance to cover damage. Is that something that could be put into a regulation?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Actually, I'd like to ask a question to the town manager real quick. What is the fine amount for someone who doesn't apply, sorry?
It's outlined in the ordinance. It's so much, first offense, second offense. I'd actually have to.
Yeah, and that's not changing. That's
look it
staying
up.
the
That
same,
didn't
correct?
change. The only thing that's changing in the current ordinance are the registration fees and the areas of which you have to be owner occupied or not owner occupied, areas of which you can short-term.
So
rent.
the current fine amount is based on a scale?
Yeah, failure to register, the rental fine shall be $500 fine for every day the property is listed on the residential short-term rental marketing website or agency, an additional $500 fine for each day the property was rented as a residential zone short-term rental.
Thank you.
Is as it's outlined now.
Yeah, I think no, they're a separate project. Okay. So there's only two paragraphs that were being modified in this ordinance. Any other counselors before the public comes up to speak for or against?
I'm just gonna add, I'm not gonna talk about it a lot right now. I'll just add that my research showed that the average cost of registration is closer to 1,000 for most of the towns in Rhode Island. So even though it does seem like a significant jump, we're still under the average.
Oh, Kevin.
And just to add to that point, you can look at communities like Newport that have 500 for residents who are owner occupants, and then for non-owner occupied properties, they have a separate fee, which is $1,000. That kind of tiered system might be something that we would consider, because I think most of us do understand that owner occupied Airbnbs are preferable. We want people to stay in their houses and be able to monetize that. It's going to help them stay in Westerly and to live here. I think it's really the non-owner occupied properties that are the biggest problem to the town.
Yeah, and I'd also like to point out that if you're not deducting the $50 now and the 500, you should be deducting it. I believe that's an business expense, so I don't understand the big deal about that. But I also have a problem, Mr. Conley, about owner occupied, because as I looked, I got the letters, I do read every letter. And I read, so I looked up property, and the property was either in a trust, some of it, LLCs. Well, I think I saw trusts and LLCs, so I'm wondering how you flesh that out. Is, with an LLC, I guess if you're the member, sole member maybe, but do you have any guidance on what's owner occupied in those two scenarios?
Yeah, so this was actually the subject of some reference Newport was actually the subject of some litigation. It was actually the subject of some litigation as well. And frankly, that's all kind of being worked out through the courts. So I don't know if I can give you a definitive answer, except to say that at this point, it's fear. The courts have at least initially determined that it's a fear to have, an owner occupant identification and a non-owner occupant, and treat them based on whether it's occupied or not. Now, how that works with, a living trust, how it works with a sole member LLC is still something that's being worked out. I think it's difficult to say that, an LLC, even the sole owner is an occupant. I think that's a stretch. Likewise, I think that in a trust structure, even if it's a grantor trust with one person, probably a better argument than you have under an LLC, for instance, but it's still something that frankly hasn't been completely worked out by the courts.
But I'm correct in assuming that if it says trust, you can't tell by just looking at the trust, the outside,
Right.
the name of the trust, who the beneficiaries are. Would it be so they'd have to open that up or.
Right, which is why I think that there's probably more scrutiny on that, whether it's a grantor trust, whether the creator of the trust is also the principal beneficiary or not, for instance. So there's a lot here that is going to be worked out over time.
I think you also need to clarify, because I've received a lot of calls on questions on determining, primary residence or owner occupied. And again, just my interpretation, and again, everyone would have to agree, we'd have to make it clear, you'd have to add something, would be, doesn't mean you live in the house when you're renting it. It just means it's your primary residence. So meaning you're living in the house more than 183 days a year. Your primary, you have a license here, you have vehicles registered here. So 183 days or greater at your primary residence. So the remaining 182, 183 days, you can rent it as a short-term rental. That's my interpretation of, owner occupied. It doesn't mean you're renting a bedroom out in your, which some people are thinking that. So just to clarify that, and if anybody thinks differently, certainly,
I know, I'm just gonna jump in, okay? Thank you. Should I put myself on a timer? Okay, I'm gonna agree with Sean on the definition of owner occupied, and Mr. Collins, when we wrote the senior tax exemption, we ran into the same issue with the trusts. And I think maybe down the road, they'll decide that revocable trusts will call owner occupied and maybe irrevocable no. But what we did to make it easy in the meantime, we'll say anyone that, even on an irrevocable trust, if you have life rights to that property, we're not gonna mess with them for now. That's still gonna be called owner occupied. And I think I can say that to everybody out in the public. Now that may change because obviously an irrevocable trust, when the state law looks at who actually owns the house, it might trickle down, but we won't be the ones to mess with that, so to speak. You'll still have the right of owner occupancy in that particular case. And I'll parallel that to the senior tax exemption that we worked on a few months ago, okay?
Now, in fairness, I'll go down this list, then anybody else who didn't sign up, anybody who wants to speak for or against the short-term rental ordinance is more than welcome, but let's go through the courtesy of the people who had signed up initially. So we have David Robinson. Robinson or Robinson? Robinson? Thank you. Yes, you can sit or stand, whichever you prefer. Okay.
Thank you. I would like to thank the members of the council. Do I have 10 minutes or 5 minutes?
Yeah.
It's 10, I'm not sure. 10, sir, I'm sorry.
10. Okay, good. Thank you very much. First of all, I do want to thank the council for taking on what is a really important community aspect here, which is transient housing. I've had over 30 years experience in this area nationally, as well as regionally. So I do appreciate the work that you're looking at and not trying to restrict single family traditional home ownership and converting it into commercial property. The delineation from my own personal perspective, south of 1A, looking at that zone for decades, going back to prior to the 38 hurricane, that whole area throughout Musquamicut, extending perhaps towards Watch Hill, it has in its very bones and nature. And I think I would like to draw a parallel to what Councilman LaPietra said a little bit earlier. It's about lifestyle. It's about lifestyle. Many families have had these same properties for decades in their own family ownership chains and trains. They've had consistency with clients from year to year and new opportunities. We all are sitting here with computers in front of us and television screens. Life and business does change and presents us with new opportunities. Our taxing requirements change, operations change. We need to generate more revenue. The town needs to generate more revenue. So turning to things like Airbnb or Vrbo as platforms, it's just simply another business tool for us to move on with. So I do appreciate the fact that the town has in fact looked at those things. My singular concern with regarding the fee, what's the budget? Does anybody here else run a business? We have a town finance manager. What's the budget? How are you coming up with the $500? I do understand, or I think I've heard tonight, an average of 500. I've heard an average of 1,000. I'm a data person. Where's that data? What are the communities listed? Where are they located? Are they similarly rural? Westerly's a rural community and by its own definition, less than 50,000 people. What is the impact within the region relative to those fees? The software, is this a commercial vendor? Are there multiple vendors available? Is it an integrated system? Where's $500 come from? What's the line item budget? I think more people could, in fact, understand this and perhaps be more on board with this business decision if we knew. I did double check with the Secretary of State's office, and you probably read my letter, which I, again, do appreciate for the council members that did. The budgeting for this particular project doesn't seem to be fitting what I understand as standard Rhode Island municipal budgeting processes. Again, I have not had the opportunity myself personally to be able to attend each council meeting, but from the research that I've done on it, I'm not sure I've seen your data. And tonight I've heard 3 comments about we work with data. I'd like to see more data. So I do appreciate that the council is data centric. I'd like to see some additional information on that. I'd like to see what are the evaluative alternatives and how are we going to use this data? I mean, for all of us that may be here representing the short-term rental community, one of the things I am shocked that the council didn't publish or try to emphasize is the value of knowing what's out there for inventory. The next emergency, be it Connecticut, be it Rhode Island, be it anywhere. I previously worked for the federal government and often was required to come up with instantaneous housing for large numbers of people very quickly. This system could be an ideal way to connect the very homeowners, business owners, rentals to the town and bring in substantive people. We just brought in over 300 FEMA workers to Vermont. Do you know how much money that was? Short-term rentals generates additional tax. If we figure out how to work together on this and make the system really something that can work for the homeowners and for the town, I think that would be ideal. So those are my public comments. I do thank the council for the opportunity to speak this evening, but I would like to see more about where is this $500 coming from? How does the system work? What's the business plan? In 3 years since we've been doing the registrations, what has that data told us? We've all been paying $50, but we haven't gotten really any feedback on what has that data told us. Thank you. I do appreciate it. If anyone has any questions, I'm happy to respond.
Thank you. I don't think so at this time.
How are we doing? Are we responding to each individual speaker in this dialogue? How do you want to approach this?
I think we probably ought to get through all of the public comments. There's
Yeah,
quite a
I
few
would
people.
defer my time so that folks
Thank
can
you.
speak. So
Thank
thank you.
you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Tim Powers?
Good evening. Live on East Avenue in Westerly. Sat here in the last 10 minutes and I can't believe
Point of order, could I didn't catch your name.
Tim Powers. Listened to the last 10 minutes of this conversation. I still can't believe I haven't heard the word discrimination. This line of demarcation between the haves and have-nots in this proposal is preposterous to me. I don't understand how you can have a line that separates the wealthy areas of this town and then leaves out the poor area of this town to the benefits of short-term rental. That is beyond highly discriminatory. And it leaves me with one very big question. Is there anyone on the town council that stands to benefit either directly or indirectly from the passage of this bill as it's written right now?
Mr. Powers, I think if anybody directly benefited, they would have recused by now.
Okay, this is my
I know
first town
it's-
council, so.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
thank
would
you.
assume they would, but you can ask, but they should have done that a long time ago. I think Mr. Overton did.
Okay. So all I would ask is that the same rules apply to everybody. If you guys want to get rid of short-term housing as a town, I understand it's a national debate, it's a local Rhode Island debate, that's fine. If you want to keep it, that's fine too. But to have a line of demarcation between half the town, the wealthy part of town that benefits from this, and the poorer part of town that doesn't benefit to this is highly discriminatory, and I would imagine opens up the town to a myriad of lawsuits in the future. Secondly, it's been brought to my attention that part of this issue is to a housing crisis, try to address a housing crisis. I think not only does the housing crisis in this town, maybe even in the state or in this country, is more of a temporary issue, is a reflection of interest rates and mortgage policy. And I think when mortgage rates come down, the Fed just cut interest rates last week by 50 basis points. They're probably on task to do it again, but a couple times at the end of the year. As mortgage rates come down, houses will come for sale because people will swap out of their 2% and 3% mortgages and maybe have more incentive to actually sell their house. But who's going to swap out and sell their house when they have a 2.5% mortgage for a 7% mortgage? Nobody. That's a temporary problem. It's a temporary condition, which is going to be fixed and is already trending in that manner right now. So beyond that, I don't know, you guys would know the specifics of the housing shortage in this town much more so than I would. But I would just implore the committee to take that into consideration, because I really do think the housing crisis in this country is more of a short-term temporary problem. So that's really all I want to say. I just would urge, again, the committee to apply the same set of rules to everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Brenda Higginson. Right. Thank you.
My name is Brenda Higginson. I live on Hobart Street here in Westerly.
Yeah, speak right into it.
My name is Brenda Higginson. I live on Hobart Street here in Westerly. I am in favor of reducing short-term rentals per neighborhood. I bought here about 4 or 5 years ago. I live on the portion of my block is a little over 1/10 of a mile long. On that small portion of my street, over 7% of the houses are short-term rentals. There's constant transients and an influx of strangers, obviously in and out of my neighborhood.
I'm sorry, but just closer to the microphone, speak up just a bit. That's it.
All right. Do you want me to start again? All right. So there's over 7% of my short block, which is about 1/10 of a mile long, are short-term rentals. There's constant transients and an influx of strangers in and out of my neighborhood. I purchased my house because it was on a quiet, semi-dead-end street with no throughway. The amount of pedestrian and vehicular traffic now has completely changed. The average turnover rate is 2 to 3 nights. Pets are allowed, which pets are great, but when you introduce new pets constantly to the neighboring houses, those new scents release a lot of aggressive dogs, constant barking. Then many of these dogs are left inside of the house while the owners are out doing what they do. So these dogs are in an unfamiliar house with unfamiliar sounds, which again increases barking. The amount of litter on my street, the amount of dog feces on my street is far more considerable than it was 4 years ago. My neighborhood is it's an older neighborhood. Some houses, they're all on-street parking. So when you bring in these influx of people, there's not even places for us as full-time residents to park, which makes it in the winter, because they are generally occupied throughout the winter, it makes it very difficult when we have to clear the roads for plowing. With more people in and out of the neighborhood, obviously that's a big wear and tear on our yards. Most of the houses in my neighborhood are 4 to 6 maximum occupancy, which many of the houses, as you say, I think you said there's about 200 registered, suspecting over 400. I do highly agree that there's many houses in my neighborhood that are not registered. They're with the maximum occupancy of 4 to 6, people will show up with 4 to 6 cars, more than what the maximum occupancy is. And my concern is the strain on the old and compromised sewage system. Again, the wear and tear on the roads. What is that doing to the increased amount of litter going to our transfer station? With the increased traffic on our roads, the increased vehicular accidents, do we have more manpower, more police power out there to address all of these needs? Many of the short-term rental owners are not invested in our town, so they're not voting or working to improve our infrastructure. Another big concern I have is that we are losing younger families due to the lack of long-term affordable housing or rentals. By losing these families, we're losing employees, and we can clearly see that some businesses are shutting down. I mean, a Dunkin' Donuts to shut down this week because they don't have the manpower to stay open. I mean, that's unheard of. Another big concern I have is in regards to the town beach passes. I do feel that all tax-paying residents should have the ability to have a town beach pass, but they should not be distributed to third-party occupancies or allow cottage passes to go to our town beach. Come up with something that, because we have such a lack of parking there, maybe limit them to Wiskenow Beach for parking and drop-off, but allow those of us who live here full-time, who contribute to our economy full-time, our school systems, our grocery stores, any of our shops, our restaurants, to maintain the rights to enjoy what we worked so hard to be a resident of this town. I am happy to see the council addressing the strain of short-term rentals that we're having in our town. And again, I'd like to see us go further in restricting the amount of short-term rentals in neighborhoods so that our families and friends can stay and live long-term in our town. I feel a fee of $500 is very nominal considering the increased financial burden placed on our town due to the higher use of the transfer station, wear and tear on our roads, needs for increased police presence due to the influx of visitors and passerbys, the increased need of town council employee, or not town council, but town employee manpower due to the higher levels of use of our facilities like our parks or beaches, the amount of litter that's getting generated that needs to be cleaned up. Again, one of my biggest concerns, though, is losing these younger families that we really need to help support our town for growth. And as an upstanding and contributing and voting citizen in this town, I just appreciate your time that you've taken to hear me out.
One thing, could you spell your last name for the town clerk?
Yep.
Because we don't have.
H-A-A-G-E-N-S-E-N.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Next is Paul Martin.
Good evening. My name is Paul Martin. I live at 5 Violet Lane at the beach in Mesquamacut. I've been a part-time resident here, myself and my family, since 1973. Interesting to listen to everyone here today. And by the way, I guess I'll start off by saying I have been to several town council meetings and planning meetings, and I appreciate the fact that I do feel that the residents of the town are heard. So maybe everybody's not going to agree with my position here, but I appreciate you at least taking my point of view into consideration. I was not present in the meeting when this passed 2 years ago. I had a out-of-town work engagement. So I called one of the town councilors after to clarify exactly what happened. I understand that Airbnb has changed the environment and that suddenly people in all residential areas, such as the young lady that was just here, it causes a lot of disruption. But I've lived in Mesquamacut my whole life, and rental has been kind of has been a big part of the game the entire time I've known, from the time my parents owned the cottage until I bought it. We've always rented some portion of the year. I rent a lot less and less now, but I still do some rental. And I guess with the Airbnb, I was not thrilled, but understanding, okay, we have to have, I didn't quite understand exactly why there had to be a contact beyond the owner, that people had to register, but okay, it was $50, you had to register. And the point that people brought up about there's LLCs and things like that, well, okay, who do you contact? So as far as the registration is concerned, it is what it is, and I think there's reasons for it. The town has a record of every single owner of every single property because every single owner has bills, tax bills, water bills, other correspondence with the town. So that is available. What I didn't understand, and I actually had to get a letter written to me from a lawyer at the state level, was to explain the parameters of this ordinance, which was the requirements that basically, in my mind, and this is maybe the controversial subject statement, but in my mind, this was a money grab to the local realtors because suddenly I couldn't be my own property manager. After Sandy, I built, my house was destroyed. I built my dream home, and I rent it a little bit, and I rent it to people that I have come to trust, and I'm the property manager. I also have someone who is a lifelong friend who has a cleaning business who acts as my local property manager, but she lives in Pawcatuck, so that doesn't qualify. So now, in addition to the fee, which is no big, the $50 is no big deal. I have another issue with the 500. But now I have to pay somebody else in addition to all of the other expenses locally because it's not there. And the clarification that I received was that owner occupied meant you were there. So it was almost like, in my mind, it was a two-family. You stayed on one side, you rented the other. It said you had to be present. As a matter of fact, I thought I read that just today. So maybe I misunderstood that, but that was owner occupied. So I now have to have a real estate agent that is, I guess, my local contact. But my phone rings everywhere. I can receive phone calls. My person that is here, I have all kinds of resources that are local. So I don't agree with that. I know that's not on the agenda for tonight, but I felt that it was important that was not clear to me anyways, what was being proposed before. And I think that's a whole different subject in regards to what's required. Additionally, I really struggle a bit with the purpose in regards to what else is going to happen. If something were to occur, which I try to screen everybody. I thankfully haven't had any issue. It's for services that I already pay for. It's fire, it's police, it's public utilities. I pay for those already. So why have to pay a real estate agent to call one of those people? I don't know. I don't understand that. As far as the You know, and I guess it starts to get a bit discouraging, and maybe this is the way of the world and everybody goes. And honestly, I actually don't know how to answer the Airbnb thing. I'm kind of sympathetic to that because if you live in a residential neighborhood, I grew up at the beach, we always rented. Everybody rented down there, and everybody does rent down there, and it brings tremendous commerce to this town. Somebody at one point said, oh, well, the beach, look at all the taxes. The taxes, yeah. How about the commerce? People who rent my house spend 2 to 3, maybe 4 times as much money in a week in this community than I do. And that's what we've always been driven on. If you live in town and you have a nice residential home, I wouldn't want an Airbnb next to me either. So I don't know that I have all the answers here. But the beach has always been a rental. And the more, I have a local tax accountant. I file my taxes. It's not easy because I have to do 2 every month, 7% and 1%. I follow all the rules. And what I'd like to propose is that if you want to charge someone, charge the people who are violating. Why don't they pay the bills? Why do I have to pay another bill so that we can now police the people who don't? I agree with the gentleman who talked about what's the budget. I don't know. I mean, the town of the Westerly, the Musquamacut Fire District is looking at a proposal for a new some changes to the fire station. And so they put out a presentation on it, and I don't remember the exact numbers, but there was like 1,300 houses at the beach. Then we had the Watch Hill, which is a couple hundred, and a couple hundred in Weekapaug. So 500 times what? I don't know. If it's 500 times 100, is it really $500,000? Isn't it easier to have somebody who would have to interact with the town already to either work with this company or just look at the town roster and do a survey, do something, and punish the people who are not compliant? Somebody said to me, oh, well, they're going to do this, they're going to do this is you could get in trouble. I'm not going to get in trouble because I follow all the rules. I pay everything. But now I got to pay for somebody for people who aren't following the rules. I don't really think that's fair. And it's kind of discouraging in my mind. Makes me not, say, is it really worth it to rent anymore? I don't know. But I'm going to tell you that when I do rent to the families I do rent to, when I think about not renting and I say, okay, I'll rent next year, they jump for joy. They literally jump for joy because this is something they look forward to every single year. We live in a little paradise, I believe. This is my favorite place in the world. And I just hate to see us make it so hard to do business here. So I'd appreciate it if you would consider the perspective of someone like myself. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. If you can make it quick, yeah.
Mr. Martin, if you rent Mr. Martin, if you rent in the state of Rhode Island, you rented a year lease on a property. You have to have a resident agent in the state of Rhode Island or your contract is voidable. So if you rent to somebody long-term, you need to have a contract and you need to have a resident agent. Everybody who rents in the state of Rhode Island has to have a resident agent in the town of, in the state of Rhode Island, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. So it's not that big of a deal. You need to have one by law. And I've gotten people out of their contracts all the time because you don't have a resident agent. No, I'm just saying, you're saying you can't understand why you would need somebody in town. I'm saying anybody who rents and has a contract with somebody in the state of Rhode Island, you're supposed to have a resident agent. And if you don't, that the contract's voidable. So you should be careful. You should have somebody, a resident agent, and everybody should. And if they don't live here, they should have one. I'm just going to keep it quick, but that's the law.
All right. Next on the list is Michael Minot.
Good evening. I'll try to be pretty brief. I know my letter was lengthy. I don't know if you've all had an opportunity to read it. If you haven't, I would encourage you to do so. You'll hear probably a number of, I would say, more policy type arguments from some of the folks here tonight who are actually residents or property owners in town. So I'm going to try to stick to some of the legal positions and arguments that I've made in my letter.
Excuse me, sir. Are you Michael Minot, you said?
Yes.
Are you representing somebody?
So at this point, I'm here on behalf of some interested property owners, and only for that purpose as of right now. So there's a proposed ordinance. I submitted a letter outlining some issues that I believe exist with that proposed ordinance, and some arguments as to why I believe that the council should not move forward with approving that tonight. And so, first and foremost.
Sir, I was curious, you didn't answer my question. You've been retained, correct? Who retained you?
Yeah, I noticed that as well, and I was a little discouraged because I did read the case and I read your letter. I don't know who you expected on the town council to read and understand your letter. So I was a little bit put off by that, but I was also put off that you didn't name who you represented. The law firm is retained to represent and advocate on behalf of those interested numerous property owners in Westerly in vigorously opposing. And now what you just said here to his question is different. You're just saying potential people that might want to rent. So I would like to know who you represent.
Are you going to refuse to allow me to address the council if I don't answer that question?
Why wouldn't you answer the question?
I wouldn't be here without having a client. I wouldn't have driven down from Portsmouth, where I live, in a suit tonight to address the council and submit a 14-page letter if I hadn't been retained.
Obviously, you're retained because you wrote a long letter. Most of it was copied and pasted from one case. But anyway, you can write. I'm just pointing out.
Incorrect.
Yeah, no, it was counted. But anyway,
No.
But just
Counselors,
you can. No,
counselors.
wait a second.
No, hang on.
It's a legitimate question. You didn't answer the question.
Stop.
If he doesn't
No.
want to answer it, that's fine. But we'll
All
take
right.
that into consideration.
By the body of the council, I have a question. Do you want to allow this or allow the gentleman to speak? This is a public comment
Yes.
period.
Allow the gentleman to speak, please.
If he doesn't want to tell me who retained him, I'm.
I just asked a question. Answer it, yes or no?
No.
All right. You want a gentleman to continue speaking? It's a public comment period.
I didn't hear, are you representing, who are you representing? Or are you representing someone?
All right, let me ask the solicitor a question. Is he required to say who he's representing during a public hearing?
No, he's not.
Okay, question answered. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So going back, I shouldn't take more than 4 or 5 minutes. I'm just going to hit the highlights of my letter. So first and foremost, I think the main problem with the proposed ordinance is that it does not have any carve out or exception for existing short-term rental property owners. And so there are many short-term rental owners in town who have been lawfully complying with the current ordinance. I believe it was mentioned before, there are about 200, was mentioned by one council member currently, and those are just the people who have complied. There's also the statewide registration system, which I know maybe not every property owner complies with, but that's also another good source of information for a rough count. So for all of those folks who don't happen to fall in the zone closer to the shore where they can continue conducting these uses, either through a property manager or just by being a town resident, all of those folks who are being excluded will have grandfathered rights to continue the uses that they've been already conducting for years. And so I think one major issue that the town may get into if it adopts this is having to make individual determinations about a large number of property owners and whether or not they truly are a valid pre-existing non-conforming use. That's one problem that I know has been a big issue in Newport, where I've been litigating against the city of Newport for years. I've had cases that I've appealed from municipal court there to Superior Court. I just appealed 2 of those to the Supreme Court. And those cases deal with some of the legal issues that I've outlined in the letter, particularly the issue of preemption. And so there's a state law that passed a few years ago. It's under the Tourism Act, and it's 42-63.1-14. And I'm just going to paraphrase it. It essentially says if you comply with the state's registration requirement, the statewide registration, cities, towns, or municipalities shall not prohibit the owner from offering the unit for tourist or transient use through such hosting platform, or prohibit such hosting platform from providing a person or entity the means to rent, pay for, or otherwise reserve a residential unit for tourist or transient use. And so my argument is and has been that that state statute preempts an ordinance like this, which seeks to restrict a large number of properties from conducting short-term rentals where those uses, up until now at least, have been allowed. This ordinance, if it did pass and if it did attempt to restrict a large section of the residential properties in town from anything but owner-occupied, would be in conflict with that statute because the town would be prohibiting those people from conducting transient guest house rentals. Similar to that, it's kind of a companion argument that I've also advanced in court, is that this is an invalid licensing scheme, and there's case law on that as well, where if the state has not made a delegation of authority to a municipality, that municipality does not have the authority to license a certain type of commercial use. And so here, interestingly, Westerly's definition of this type of use is that it's residential. Many other municipalities like Newport, for example, have attempted to distinguish between short-term rentals, which they call guest house uses, and anything longer than 30 days or longer. And under ordinances like Newport's, if it's 30 days or longer, they consider it still a residential use, even if it's month to month. Whereas if it's 28 days, it's considered a commercial use. And so regardless of what the licensing or registration ordinance says, I think that's one problem in and of itself. But again, here, by drawing this arbitrary line, I think the town is going to create a lot more problems. And for all the properties that have been conducting these uses, I think all those uses may continue as valid grandfathered rights. So I certainly understand all the policy arguments. I hear them regularly. People can debate whether or not the proliferation of Airbnb rentals has been a major cause of a supply shortage or not. I have an opinion that may be different than some zoning officials on that, but I think there have been a lot of other macroeconomic forces that have played out over the last 20 years that have greatly caused or contributed to this problem. And while I hear and I understand that specific properties, maybe if they're not being managed properly or they're not vetting their guests properly, can create issues for neighborhoods. But there are ways that Westerly could strongly enforce its ordinances. It could go further. There are noise ordinances, issues with parking or trash. Those can all be enforced. And my experience has been in Newport, they are completely overwhelmed with the amount of short-term rental related litigation and enforcement proceedings that they have now. And it seems like it's only grown more and more the tighter they've become in trying to restrict them. You go to municipal court there and the docket will have 40 of these cases on it. And many of them will just get continued for month and month. And then they can get appealed and it's a de novo appeal to Superior Court. And I think that there are ways that the town could go about amending its zoning ordinance to better regulate short-term rentals if that's what the town's prerogative is. But I think that this particular ordinance shouldn't be adopted for those reasons. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Donna Personon. I apologize if I said it incorrectly.
Hi, my name's Donna Parsonen, and I live in Westerly, and my family's been a resident or our family's been a resident since 1974, and before that in Stonington. I sent in a letter, and I'll just highlight points of my letter. So I would request the town council to vote against the proposed ordinance changes, and for the following reasons. As the prior speaker also said, I start out with the Rhode Island state legislation that prohibits towns from, no town should be banning a short-term rental. Rhode Island section 4263.1-14. And the next point that I have is that the proposed ordinance changes would be an unnecessary limitation on property rights. I think you can get, as he said, the effects, perhaps there are nuisances addressed in other ways. And the proposed ordinance changes are arbitrary and unfair. The line that delineates where non-occupied, owner-occupied short-term rentals could be compared to ones that aren't owner-occupied. And the next point is that tourists are a major source of income for the town of Westerly. Short-term rentals provide more places for tourists to come to the town. So by locking out those short-term rentals, you're decreasing the number of tourists here, which is going to have an effect on small businesses. And going on to the tourism, Westerly has a long history of welcoming tourists to the town. It's not something new that came with Airbnb or VRBO. I think probably the 1800s, we've welcomed tourists to our beach town. And the very important point is data. I looked through the document that came, well, in the memorandum, there's, what's the name of the company you have that begins with a C?
Camoin.
Yeah, they give some numbers. And the first one that struck me was they say that annual revenues of nearly 87,000 on average for an Airbnb. And they say they get their data from AirDNA. Well, I have a short-term rental and this number struck me as absurd. So I opened up AirDNA, and what AirDNA says is that the annual average revenue for Westerly is 28.7, and it gives Westerly performing as a 13, which is bad. So it doesn't coincide with, this data doesn't coincide with what their data that they're saying they're taking from AirDNA is. Okay, it's a different year, but so drastic, the numbers, I don't know. And the next data point is from the Housing Works Rhode Island regarding average rental prices. That's a big reason why this has been proposed, because saying rental prices are going up in Westerly. Well, I went onto the Housing Works Rhode Island page and I looked up the data for Westerly. And it says the average 2-bedroom rent in the latest period given, which is 2017 to 22, in Westerly over a 5-year period has gone down by 20%. So if short-term rentals are causing the rents to go up, why are they going down?
I'm sorry, you said the rents, average rent's going down 20%. I don't know if I heard that right.
Yes,
Oh,
that's from Housing Works Rhode Island.
it's okay. I just wanted to know if that's what you
HousingWorksRhodeIsland.org.
said. That's fine. It's okay.
And if you go on the Westerly Planning Board site, they cite housingworksrhodeisland.org, and that's why I went to their page. And I got here. And the third data that I looked at is from Redfin. So we've heard a lot about Newport and how they've banned short-term rentals. And on Redfin, I gotta find my paper. Redfin says that for prices for sales on houses in Westerly, the average sale price in Westerly has gone down 2.5%. In comparison, in Newport, where short-term rentals have been banned to a large extent, houses prices have gone up by 73.8% over the past year. In the USA as a whole, the average house sales price has gone up 3.1. So Westerly's has gone down by 2.5% according to Redfin, if you want to believe Redfin. And the next point, which I didn't include in my email, is regarding the fees. So I went and looked on the Westerly 2024 general legislation fee schedule. And it says for hotels, they're also providing lodging, that for between 1 and 6 rooms, the fee is 25, between 7 and 25 rooms, 50, and 26 rooms or more, the fee is 75. The current fee for short-term rentals is 50. Increasing it to 500 compared to the fees that hotels are charged is quite a difference. Also, assuming the fee of $50, if you multiply that, the number of short-term rentals is in Westerly somewhere between 200 and 400, say. If you multiply it by 330, which I was told was the number that Westerly had received of registrants, Westerly receives 16,500. If the fee were 500 and we have 330 registered short-term rentals, Westerly would be receiving 165,000 from this fee. And that would be the second highest fee generating category in the town, second only to building permits. And those are all the points that I wanted to make. And thank you for listening. And I hope you consider these points when you decide on the proposed ordinance changes.
Thank you. Next is Thomas Northup.
Good evening, council members. Thomas Northup, 9 Woodland Ave, Westerly, Rhode Island. I spent 30 years in this town, lived in this town, raised children in this town, and up until a year ago, I resided in this town. I've heard a lot of information here tonight. I'm going to talk fast because I got a lot of information I want to get across and some other points that were brought up. Starting with a group of questions, what exactly is the purpose of the proposed zoning ordinance change What data supports the assertion for the issues that have been noted? What are the bases to support the inference that the proposed zoning ordinance will address the issue, which is affordable housing, basically? How effective were these solutions in other areas? Analysis. Since the report was paid for by the taxpayers, why can't we put our hands on it? Okay, I would say that. I think we should be able to see the entire report. Some myths behind the short-term rentals are causing housing shortages in Rhode Island. The reality, contrary to popular belief, short-term rentals are not the cause of housing. Many of the rentals are primary homes for the owners, and many of them have been vacation homes for decades. That applies specifically to Westerly, who is a tourist destination. Okay, we've all always bragged about how low our tax base was, and that was based on the fact that we have such a great tourist outpour. Short-term rentals compete with hotels. I don't even think that's a question in this town because there really are no hotels. A few here or there, scattered, very, very limited. Short-term rentals are a nuisance for neighbors. Certainly that could be, an argument could be made for that in some cases, but I'd like to see the data to support it. Because I know my short-term rental that I've had for over 3 years, I've never had the police called. I vetted all of my occupants, so it's never been an issue. Not that it couldn't be for some, but to that point, I agree with one of the other speakers that said we should have a town ordinance that goes ahead and addresses that specifically. If you want to punish an individual, if I'm speeding down Route 1, the Westerly Police Department is going to stop and give me a ticket. They're not going to pull the guy over next to me because we happen to be traveling on the same road. Okay? This ordinance is punitive. It's a money grab, and it is low-hanging fruit in the argument against affordable housing in this town. Short-term rentals are a burden on the community. That's a myth. The reality is short-term rentals actually create jobs for local landscapers, cleaners, and other service providers. They stimulate the local economy and improve the appearance, in most cases, of where the properties are located. These benefits can have a positive impact on the community, which is why our nonprofit organization is advocating for responsible and reasonable regulation in short-term. That's a group of us that are getting together. In fact, we might even be talking with that gentleman in the back a little bit later on. Myths, cities and towns are not allowed to regulate. Well, we know that you're allowed to regulate, but you're not allowed to forbid them. And I can guarantee you, and this is not a threat in any way, but I can promise you that if you tried to tell me that I cannot have my short-term rental and that because I can't reside on the other side of Route 1 that I can't have it, I promise you there will be litigation, not just from me, but from the 90 properties, approximately 90 properties that are going to be affected. It's unreasonable. I stood before this council. I voted for some of these members on this council. When I was here 3 years ago, they proposed it'd be a $100 fee, and I was told, well, that's what they need to run the software. That's what they need to maintain the list. I volunteered to apply for that job, and I'll do it again. If you're going to pay somebody $65 a year to maintain a list, I want that job. I will gladly step up and do it. And it amazes me that the state of Rhode Island, for all of its shortcomings, can take care of their list at a cost of $25, and somehow this town needs $500 to do it. There's no rational reasoning behind that. None. I also went to the Housing Works Rhode Island. I was also surprised to learn that I should be making $87,000 a year with my short-term rental. Of course, I went to Airbnb, and they said I'm closer to maybe 30,000 with 52% occupancy. See, my rental property is long-term LTR from September to July. I short-term rent it from July and August. My renters, the people that come in, they spend thousands of dollars in this community.
Wait, so you make $50,000 in 3 months on your property?
How do I make $50,000?
No, you do. You said you did.
I said Airbnb said I should make that.
All right, let's get people, let's let the public
Well, no, I understand what you're saying. Airbnb said that I should make that amount of money, okay, with a 50% occupancy. I will gladly tell this council right now, this past summer was a banner year. We made $14K in July and August. That was a banner year for us.
You can make more money renting year round to a family if that's all you made.
You're right, I could, but do you know why I don't? That's a great question. Because myself, I've paired with Back to Blue Rhode Island, Back to Blue Connecticut, a law enforcement and first responder page, and we give time away at my Airbnb to first responders that have lost loved ones, that have lost the actual member that was, the offer was put out to Trooper Pelletier's family, Connecticut trooper that was killed. Okay. I hosted military members from the Westover Air Reserve Base last year who lost a child. So I give back. Okay? I give back. But this is ridiculous. Some of the other points. The proposed ordinance would ban all but owner occupied. I am 20 minutes away from here. Anybody ever calls me, I'll be there. Shocker, I own a business that is still in this town. One of my employees lives directly across the street. What is a property management company going to do if you call them, if our police department calls them at 3 o'clock in the morning, that I, as the owner of the property, can't do? I personally believe there are significant Fourth Amendment issues with the part of the policy that shows up and says, well, the Westerly Police are going to come up and they're going to ask you if you're renting short-term. And if you are, they are going to give you 24 hours to leave. The Westerly Police Department is going to tell guests at my home that they have 24 hours to leave. Not me asking them to leave. That's the Westerly Police Department telling them to leave. So I really believe there are some Fourth Amendment issues there as well. If we're going to regulate rental properties in Westerly, regulate them all. I took a quick second, could be wrong, but I did. I took a quick second, Counselor. Oddly enough, it says, and I want to quote it, no, Rhode Island law does not require all property owners who rent to have a property manager. That was a quick Google. So, well, all right. Well, I wanted to go into it a little bit deeper, so I started looking up specifically which laws it were that would apply to it. But it's amazing to me that in this day and age, that all the information that we're getting out is not solid. Not solid information. If you're telling me under 34-18 that there's something that says it. Okay. I will be happy to do so. Okay. 2 minutes left. That's great. So according to Redfin, as was already noted, the housing prices in this town have gone down 2.5%. Airbnb, short-term rentals, whatever you want to classify them on, are not the reasons for young families not coming to this. The economy, the lack of job opportunities. Somebody said, oh, a Dunkin' Donuts just closed. There are 2 Dunkin' Donuts across the street from each other. Okay? Literally directly across the street. I'm amazed that they kept it going as long as they have. But we just opened up a Kentucky Fried Chicken again. We opened up a Starbucks. So the town is growing. My home's location to Starbucks means the people that stay at my home impact the economy of no less than 15 businesses within walking distance. And I understand you sit back in your chair and that you're checked out. That's fine. But I know I'm not alone. I know all the other people here in this crowd tonight, the majority of them have no problem with a registration. But I have a significant issue with a money grab. Because that's all it is. I pay for police response. I pay for the fire department already. So this, oh, well, it's going to go towards these. No, it's not. It's not. That's not where it's going. Where is it being budgeted to actually? Somebody questioned earlier that there may be some people in here who were impacted directly or indirectly. I'd like to think that they had the integrity that Mr. Overton did and abstained from this. We can hope for that. But I can promise you if this passes, it's not going to pass easily. And the amount of money that you collect, because I just won't short-term rent for less than 28 days. That's all. I just won't rent to that less than 28 days. No problem. There are many avenues to rent for 90 days, 60 days. Okay? So I know you're checking that clock and you're watching it closely. That's cool. All right.
All right, let's let the gentleman finish, and you'll have an extra minute, sir, because you've been interrupted
If this
a
ordinance
few
is
times.
passed, it's going to be a significant financial impact on the town of Westerly, and not the way that you think. Not the way that you think. You're opening yourselves up to a significant amount of litigation because there is no basis behind what you're asking. Somebody said Newport, I got 13 seconds. Yeah, it's 500 for resident, 1,000 for non-resident. The average rental there is $650 a night. The average rental in Westerly is $425 a night. See any differences there? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Kristen, I'm sorry, I can't see you read the last name. It's from, looks like Rock Ridge? Yes. Okay.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Kristen Ulrich. I am a resident here in Westerly. I live at 34 Rock Ridge Road. I have a short-term rental on Beach Street, and I also own Bar Coast, which is located on Beach Street. I purchased the property in 2018 as a short-term rental, as an investment as well. I own my own business and no one is matching my 401k. I was looking to have something that would support me and also support our community in the way that my business does. I see, such as do everyone who owns a business in this town, our community, the amount of money that flows through our tourists. We've always been a tourist destination. My family is Westerly natives. My great-grandparents were among the first settlers here from Italy. And even my great-grandparents, the property that they had in this town wasn't just restricted to where they lived. They had a cottage house down at the beach, so they could drive the 4 miles down the road to be on the sand. The thought that by restricting short-term rentals, we will fix the affordable housing problem here in Westerly, I just don't understand the rationale behind that. If I were to put my house on the market tomorrow, it would probably be sold within a week, and it would probably be sold for an all-cash deal to someone coming in from out of town who wants to be here for 3 months of the year. And that is the reality of what we face here in Westerly. It's a desirable place to be, and people want to come. They want to be here. It's a beautiful, beautiful spot. I am concerned with this delineation that does seem, to the point many others have made, very arbitrary. We're going to keep everything down by the beach within the rights, and then everybody on the other side isn't permitted. I do have a problem with that. I don't understand where that rationale is coming from. Everybody here has made really good points. I feel for the woman who spoke in your home. I feel badly for that. It's not fair. You shouldn't have to deal with that. I do work very hard with my rental to make sure that my guests are vetted. And as a matter of fact, every single person who books with me gets a note from me that says, I'm registered with the town of Westerly. This is not a party house. If there's any problem, if there's any noise, there will be, I am registered and they will find me, and it's going to be a problem. So I work very hard to do that. I work very hard to keep my house up. I've invested a lot to paint, to landscape, to do construction projects to increase the value. I help out our neighbor next door who has some issues with a husband who travels and the landscaping isn't able to be taken care of. So the home is kept up, helps increase the property value of our town. So I encourage you to think about this ordinance. The amount of money that comes through from these rental properties is substantial, and there is not a lot of places for people to stay. There's not a lot of hotels. And if they're looking to stay down at the beach, you have 2 of the biggest ones, and most people can't afford them. So I know there's a lot of people that still need to speak. I think I'm echoing a lot of what is already said. I'd just like to see some of that data around where the money will go and the cost it would be. I'm not sure, Mr. Lacy, did you say, did I hear it right when you said 30 to 40,000 a month for the software? A year? Yeah, okay. So I do appreciate your roles here and all that you do to listen. I know your job isn't easy, and I do thank you. Thank you for your time. And I will turn it over to the next person.
Ma'am, could you spell your last name?
Yes, it's Ulrich, U-L-L-R-I-C-H. Thank you.
Thank you. Perry Kellogg.
Good evening. My name is Perry Kellogg, 10 Newell Terrace in Westerly. Probably, I'll try not to repeat too much of what other people said, but I have pre-prepared remarks, so some of it will be repeated. First of all, thank you to all of our town employees and the counselors for your dedication to Westerly. I understand that it's not always easy to be in your position, and it's often challenging, but I feel, and I'm sure you do too, Westerly is definitely worth it. I am a Westerly native. I grew up in Westerly. I lived here until after college when I moved to Boston for a job in 2004. When I had my first child, I moved back home back to Westerly, be closer to my family and have help with the kids. I bought at that time the house on Newell Terrace where I currently reside. It was a much smaller house when I bought it in 2004. 2006, the house when I bought it was owned by a family who also rented it. It's in Musquamacut Fire District. It is north of Route 1. And they did rent the house. When I bought the house, then I redid it to make a more year-round type residence, larger space. Upon the rebuild of the house, it was significantly more expensive than we had predicted, so we started renting it in the summertime. As other people have said, very customary practice in this town, has been done for years and years and years. So over the past 17 years, I've raised my 2 kids in the house. I've lived there for most of the year. I rented out in the summer. This rental income has supported me through a lot of transitions in my life. It's allowed me to keep the house that is my home and my children's home. Without the income from those rentals, I would have had to sell my home many years ago. With the recent popularity explosion of Westerly, we have world-renowned 5-star resorts, we have Taylor Swift, and then we had a pandemic which induced this trend towards more remote working. The summer months have been particularly crowded in Westerly, and I know that that is challenging for local people, but also tourism has always been an important and vital part of our economy. So it's a little bit of a double-edged sword. Talking about the local economy in Westerly, the ways that my rental supports the Westerly economy is, number one, money for myself as a Westerly resident, receiving income from that. I have tuitions to pay, taxes, insurance, you guys know all the bills. That provides me income. Number two, I directly invest in my property, as many of the other people said. I've had multiple building projects on my property, hire local contractors, buy from local stores to support those projects. These projects have increased the value of my property significantly, paying higher property taxes to the town due to all of those improvements, which helps the town. Many of those upgrades would not have been possible without the income from my short-term rental. There are also the secondary incomes that go to the lawn care, the house cleaners, pool care. All of those, many of those people also live in Westerly, supporting them. If I wasn't renting it, I would probably be doing a lot of that work myself. Then what I feel is the most important, the families that come to Westerly to rent my house, many of them come here to visit relatives that live in Westerly. They don't have a lot of options of places to go, especially a place they can reside together, to be together with young children, grandparents. And some people were former Westerly residents that have now moved away and are coming back to Westerly to rent here. It's important for them to have, be able to come to Westerly and enjoy where we live. The people that rent my house spend giant amounts of money in this town. I see the receipts. I talk to them about restaurants to go to, grocery deliveries. They're really supporting our economy in ways that maybe aren't fully traceable or trackable, but they are happening. And I did a little of data research. The short-term rentals in Westerly generated $8.4 million in income to the homeowners. That's based on the 1% tax that is collected to the state of Rhode Island. That's a pretty significant amount of income coming into the town. I don't know what portion of that is going to town residents versus out-of-town residents, but I'm a town resident and part of my income is in that number. Someone else had mentioned that in the housing strategy that the town hired Camoin Associates. One of the statements that I read in that packet that they had distributed said, with the typical short-term rental accruing $87,000 annually, it's more likely that the number of offerings in Westerly will only increase over the coming years. That number seems really grossly overstated to me. Even with the $8.4 million of income, and if we have, I actually received the list of all the short-term rentals that are registered in Westerly. There's 355 of them. That would be $23,000 of annual income per short-term rental. So the 87,000 seems definitely off. So if you peel that back a little bit more, knowing that that is one of that report from Camoin Associates was one of the main factors in proposing this ordinance. It's important to understand where that data is coming from and how we are utilizing that to make decisions on these, make decisions that affect so many people in the town if the data is not accurate. I have spoken to some of the counselors. I appreciate the time that you have given to me. I've also spoken with other engaged Westerly advocates, and the history behind this proposal is an attempt to alleviate the shortage of affordable housing and an effort to decrease home prices in select neighborhoods. I think that's the important point. Other people have made it. We're working to decrease home prices, but only in certain parts of Westerly, which is unfair, discriminatory. It feels very, it feels like, why should the people in Mesquamaket, which by the way, my house is in Mesquamaket, but be able to rent their houses and make income from it, but yet I, who lives 50 feet over the border, or even somebody who lives 5 miles in town, not be able to. It doesn't seem fair, especially when a lot of people have invested in their homes to make them worth more money. This ordinance is myopic and reactive response that will not change the housing situation in Westerly. Where is the evidence that these homes, if you stop them as short-term rentals, will then turn into long-term rentals or even be purchased by full-time residents, knowing full well many homes in Westerly are sold to out-of-town people, snowbirds, retirees, because it's a great place to be. People want to be here. The housing issue is throughout the state and will not be solved by limiting or banning short-term rentals. The cure that you're proposing may be worse than the disease, so be careful how you move forward here. Instead of penalizing people who are improving our local economy, we should be looking at areas to expand housing options, taking advantage of the state grants for affordable housing projects and adding workforce housing. Utilize the revenues from the economic stimulus the short-term rentals provide to subsidize building more affordable housing and work together to build more of the housing that Westerly needs. And thank you for your time. I do have one more comment, if I'm allowed a little more time. Mr. Lacy had said at the beginning of the meeting something about the owner occupant. What you stated at the beginning of the meeting does not align with what is listed in the ordinance. So I would like a little clarification on that, just because they're contradicting each other.
Thank you. He'll address it after.
Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the sign-up sheet. So if there's anyone else here who would like to speak for or against, Justin? And then you. We'll do Justin and then you, okay? And you can sit at the table or stand.
Hello, everyone. First off, I just wanted to say thank you for the town, for the time and consideration on the many topics discussed today. Thank you.
Name and address, Justin.
Oh, Justin Morgan, supporting 35 Beach Street.
Justin, your home address, I'm sorry.
Home address is 166 River Road, Pawcatuck.
Thank you.
Yep. Supporting facts to why STR positive for our town. I'm just going to give some high-level facts, speaking from a macro perspective here. Airbnb has 5.6 million active listings worldwide, with at least in 100,000 cities, and 150 million people use Airbnb to book vacation stays and experience. Over 1 billion guests have stayed at Airbnbs. That's on May 16, 2024, that was recorded. In 2023, Airbnb generated over $85 billion in economic activity in the United States, including $24 billion in tax revenue. As I heard from someone else that there was a number that was thrown out for Rhode Island. Airbnb has helped generate over $125 billion in economic activity. So that is pretty substantial, including over $70 billion in labor income. Was supported with over 2 million jobs provided, which I'm sure are part of our local town. I am a supporter of Airbnb. I've been on Airbnb for 6 years. I've had 5 different Airbnbs. Here's a couple reasons why I'm pro Airbnb. It's a centralized economic stimulator. This attracts tourists traveling globally. If I may speak personally, I personally have attracted over 1,000 guests to the town of Westerly and or Pawcatuck over the past 3 years. This may lead to guests buying homes in the area. I've traveled to 30 countries. I prefer short-term rental based on the flexibility and experience it provides, as well as the insights provided by the hosts. I am both owner-occupied and investment-based, so I see both sides of it, but I do know that there is less income with owner-occupied. Again, I'm not against some of the policies, but I do know there is less revenue. Owner-occupied restricts capacity and income based on owners occupying the house for a percentage of time, which I just mentioned. My internal stats prove that 90% of Airbnb guests go to local restaurants. We use guidebooks in our home to help encourage occupants to participate in town activities, visit local businesses, as stated, thank you, and increase business growth. The business owners thank me constantly for their support, and those are the businesses of Westerly. Taxes are also charged at the state percentages based on Airbnb income, which I know a lot of our hosts know that. Passive income is spent on local contractors, cleaners, maintenance, and different types of facilitations for those Airbnbs. I know I've paid out well over $30,000 to local contractors, our local people of Westerly, to help support me in my business endeavors. The flexibility of rentals allow the host to adjust and block rental dates where homeowners are able to make improvements as needed. So let me state this here. Homes are maintained at a higher standard compared to long-term rentals in general. I can dig up that and I can prove that based on a couple websites that I found, but it does, I am a firm believer over the past 6 years and just seeing it in real time, dealing with long-term and short-term, which I have both of, the property values have increased on short-term rentals tremendously. Airbnb supports hosts with air cover, which covers up to $3 million. Whereas long-term homeowner rentals must purchase independent insurance or use homeowners insurance to cover damages if the lease doesn't support. So I just want everybody to, as we make these deals here, to be aware of that. Hotels don't have the same amenities or atmosphere as Airbnbs. It's my goal to bring people to the town of Westerly to enjoy our beaches, to enjoy our restaurants and our shops. Liability protection, LLCs, I heard that being mentioned. If a guest gets injured on a property or sues, it's best to hub it under an LLC, which I thought was beneficial. So that's why we do that. Also for tax deductions, P&Ls can be claimed on our tax returns. So that's another positive there. B&B hosts are creative people who share studios with different guests. For example, a musician might rent out their studio while on tour, right? Or an artist might share their art studio with another creator, which I do not, it's very challenging to find in the hotel scene. In the end, I hope to find middle ground with our town members. I think you're all wonderful. We find strong beneficial solutions that allow for proper short-term management, even if that means increased town management fees and a reasonable policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Justin. Yes, sir.
So my name's Lou Ramondetta. I live off of Avondale. I wasn't planning to come here to talk about this. I was actually coming to talk about internet cell coverage, but having listened to this conversation, I have to make some comments. Yeah. RAM, it's a good Irish name. Ramondetta, Ramondetta. So I don't understand why there's the need for the town to even, and I don't want to be offensive, but to get involved with this. These are people's properties. People should have the right to do what they want to do with their property, especially if it's not interfering with other people. And that's, why would you want to stop somebody from renting their property if it's not interfering with somebody else? I mean, this is still America. We should still have the right to be able to rent our property and do what we want to do from the perspective of managing the property. There are laws on the books. There are lots of laws on the books that allow people to, if there's an issue, you can call the police. You can have somebody come out and deal with it. You can deal directly with the property manager to manage it and effectively handle the issue. But to impact all of the renters who are and I also don't have a rental property. So I'm not speaking from somebody who has a rental property in Westerly. I have a property that I live in. But to impact all of the homeowners who are trying to make a living, trying to make some extra income from renting their property, I don't think that's fair to them. Competition is good. Having people come into the town is good. And we should be trying to encourage that rather than trying to dissuade people from renting their property so other people can come into the town to take advantage of the reason why we all live here and the reason we all take advantage of it. It looks like you disagree, but.
Oh, yes.
Okay. So I also think, the market, if there wasn't a demand for this, then people wouldn't be doing it. There's a big demand for things like Airbnb. There's a big demand for VRBO. And there's a reason for that because people enjoy the option of not having to go into a hotel, not having to go into a bed and breakfast and being able to take advantage of somebody's home. So I think it's something that we should be encouraging people to take advantage of rather than penalizing people who are doing it. I mean, economics 101, it's supply and demand. And if there's a demand out there and people are able to rent their properties and make a little bit of income out of it, and it's not interfering with other people, I'm not sure why we're getting in the middle trying to manage it and control it. So that's obviously you disagree, but that's my comments. Can I talk about the thing I came here to talk about? I'm sorry?
Hang on, what was that about?
Internet and cell coverage.
That's the second citizen's comment. You can talk about that.
So
Thank you.
later.
Yes. Is there anyone else wishing to speak for or against this ordinance? No, hearing and seeing none. Okay. There was a question on the owner occupied, and was there a discrepancy in what we talked about earlier and versus what's in the ordinance? As far as like a definition of the owner occupied?
Yes, that's what I mentioned in the beginning. You got to clarify which direction you're going with the owner occupied, because the interpretation that I'm been giving people that have asked is say if you're rather a resident, it can be owner occupied if you're here 83 plus up to 183 days a year because you're a resident at that point.
All right, so that sounds like something we probably need to clarify. Okay, counselors.
Just to the answer to that, I think that it's already, Mr. Conley, if you want to weigh in on that, I was under the assumption, yes, that is exactly what it would mean, owner occupancy, is if it was their primary residence, and I think 183-day test is implied, maybe?
Yeah, so I understand, let me just open up the ordinance. Because I understand, I think I understand where the confusion is coming from. And I do acknowledge that's the standard as outlined by the town manager is what we've all been operating under. I think the issue, not the issue, excuse me, I think the language confusion comes from what is presently section B1A of the ordinance, that when it talks about owner occupant, it says that an owner occupant, where the owner of the property is residing in the property at all times that is being rented out as residential short-term rental. I think I can understand why somebody may read that to mean that it needs full time. So we can certainly clarify that and make it more explicit in the ordinance.
You have the mic on. Yeah, and counselors, you have comments, questions?
I'll respond if it is appropriate time. You want to start counselor's response, or how would you like to proceed?
That's what we're doing now.
All right, then I'll go first. I have to time myself, Bill? I'm going to be quick. I'm only going to address 3 of the speakers anyway, and then maybe I'll come back in later on if there's any questions. Okay, out of all the points that were made tonight, and there was a lot of them, I heard one that I think should be addressed, and it was originally brought up by Tim Powers, where he was talking about the arbitrary line, so to speak. Why would we not include the whole town? And believe it or not, I didn't have to answer it. It was inadvertently answered by Mr. Paul Martin a little later on. And the answer is simply this. The beach area has always been a source of short-term rentals for our economy. That's been that way for my whole lifetime and probably before my lifetime. This new phenomenon where it's infiltrated every corner of our town has only been in recent years. So what we're trying to do is go back to, no, not go back, it's a wrong choice of words, but to stay true to what our town is. And I'm sorry, I got the phone ringing there. But to just stay true to what our town is. And that's how we decided that in the spirit of this town, in the spirit of our tourism and our economy, that the short-term rentals belong down in the beach area, and we're going to continue to allow that. But to allow them everywhere in town is opening up a can of worms that I don't think our town can survive. And that's going to bring me to the last speaker I wanted to address tonight, Kristen. Hi, Kristen. You made some points, and I also own multiple multiple rentals in town, and somebody may have been referencing that perhaps this ordinance impacted me. It doesn't. I don't Airbnb any of my rentals. I don't have any rentals below Shore Road. But what I do with my rental properties is I rent them to year-round families, and much like you, Kristen, my family came over 4 generations, and they immigrated from Italy, whatever it was, 120 years ago. And I try to, when I rent my houses out, I try to rent to most of my tenants are Italian. I got one apartment that's not, and I try to give fair rents for year-round families. And what worries me about what you said, Kristen, is you almost were advocating, and other people who don't live here, I kind of expect it from. But in a way, you almost advocated for the eventual death of our town. If this continues and every house that comes up on the market is taken by an out-of-towner for an Airbnb or some sort of snowbird situation, short-term rental, VRBO, then eventually, we're looking at a Myrtle Beach situation where, it's not going to be the town that our great-grandparents grew up in, our grandparents, so on and so forth. And I know that an extra $50,000 to $100,000 isn't going to change my life. I could Airbnb too, but that's not going to change my life. So I rent to year-round families. But what will change my life is if Westerly turns into a Myrtle Beach. And that's why I'd like to keep the Airbnbs down where they've always been, those short-term rentals, whatever you want to call them, down in Mesquamaket, where it was part of the economy, part of the fabric of our town. But if we allow this to continue, you're going to lose Westerly. You're going to lose Westerly to this phenomenon. And I think this whole, well, I don't want to, I'll respond further. Thank you, Mr. Tim. We'll get to you after, but I'm going to give up the microphone at this time and let some of my other councilors chime in.
I want to thank all the people who have come to speak tonight about your concerns about the price, about the Airbnbs and everything. I have to say that I missed the council's first presentation on it for personal reasons. I've gotten myself up to speed. However, I don't agree on just keeping it with the definitive line because I live 5 miles from the beach and I know plenty of people who do Airbnbs in the summertime 5 miles from the beach. If we're going to do something like this, it should be all over because we're going to put ourselves in a situation, I think, that we're going to open up ourselves for lawsuits. If we're going to make proposals, we need to do it all over, not just limit certain areas, not limit people, not limit economic conditions. It's got to be straight, flat against the board. It's the only way to do it properly. I think that there are some definite valid concerns. I do think Airbnbs bring a ton of money into this community. The hotels that we have on Route 1 are used in the summer for employees of businesses. We have Ocean House as the major hotel, or you have to go to Connecticut if you want a real hotel. Otherwise, where do you go when everything else is taken up by businesses for employees? So, I mean, Airbnbs is something that is needed. It brings a lot of money into this town. All of the people in this town bring money. If we ignore that this is a summer community where we get the most of our money to run this town and keep our taxes low, we're fooling ourselves. So I think that we need to be cognizant of it. I think we may be rushing this a little bit and we need to do a little bit more research, but I also think we need to do this overall and not limit it to a certain specific area. It's got to go everywhere. Thank you.
So I'm gonna start with a question for a solicitor. If Just in a hypothetical scenario, if somebody fails to pay the registration fee and then they start racking up, daily charges, what is our enforcement mechanism for enforcing this ordinance? And would a potential enforcement mechanism conflict with Rhode Island state law that says that we cannot prevent them from marketing on these platforms?
The answer is our enforcement is through the issuance of a citation to go to municipal court. And that is not in violation of the state law regarding what we can and what we can't do in regard to short-term rentals. We do have the right to regulate. I would dare say that a permit fee of either $50 or $500 is well within the parameters of reasonable regulation. So I'm not concerned about that.
Okay. And so throughout the process, in this hypothetical situation, if somebody is, or if a property owner, refuses to pay and they are summoned to court, they would be able to keep their Airbnb essentially open during that time, and then the court process would just have to play out whether they got a fine or whether escalated into some other type of sentence or misdemeanor, I guess.
Yeah. So yes to the fines in municipal court. Yes to the court issuing appropriate orders to address those circumstances. And ultimately, although not perhaps a typical solution, but in the area of zoning laws in particular, where there is, a manifest disregard for the laws, municipalities have the right to seek appropriate restraining orders against somebody engaging in a manifest disregard of its regulations.
Okay. Right.
Again, not an ordinary course of action by any means,
right.
but available.
No, I just wanted to kind of understand what the potential end result of like an escalation of this situation would be. I definitely agreed, as I was hearing from the public, that we need to very clearly define owner occupancy in this ordinance. It's right now unclear. I'm trying to make sure that we all understand what different incentives and what goals that we as a municipality have with an ordinance like this. It seems like there is an argument for character and safety of the neighborhoods that are having an influx of short-term rentals. And being able to fund a monitoring system that would enable public safety to more effectively react to any situations and understand who is the owner. We also have this housing supply argument, and I understand that it's really difficult for anybody to say with any authority how it will affect housing supply one way or another. But we do know that we are in a crisis right now, and so we are trying to do what is in our power to address what our own community's needs are. And we have to balance what our own community's needs are in terms of housing with the obvious good that tourism brings. And we all understand the taxes, we understand the revenue that tourists bring. But what we're trying to do is figure out how to balance that revenue and those taxes and the goods that tourists bring with the fact that our housing supply is slowly constricting year over year in terms of people coming with second homes and short-term rentals with as we develop economically, as I forget which counselor said earlier, but also having workers, short-term workers in our tourism industry also taking up some of our housing stock. And again, and our shortage of hotels as well. So we have done and made some choices as a community to limit hotels and to not service our tourist population in a way. And so you all are stepping into the gap and filling that. I want to make sure that we call it in the rules of a taking, we have the Supreme Court came with an expression called investment-backed expectations or reasonable investment-backed expectations. So if you make a reasonable investment in your property with a certain law, the way that it is, that using that as a factor to help determine whether the government is going too far in regulating your property by imposing fees or taking some part of that property away for some other kind of use. As I've heard these conversations, I think I'm getting more and more in favor of trying to protect the people who have made reasonable investment-backed expectations versus those who are coming to the game. Because I think myself and even Councilor LaPetra just said, I think the biggest danger to Westerly is not existing Airbnbs, it is the growth in future Airbnbs. So I think I am willing right now to kind of sign off on this legislation on this ordinance as it is for new Airbnbs for sure. I think potentially maybe we have a different conversation about existing short-term rentals. Because yeah, like a lot of you all have made investments in your properties, and we understand that a lot of you are depending on that kind of income to stay in Westerly and to continue kind of living the lives that you've had to this point. Also, the question of, and if we did that, say we had 200 people, say there are 200 that are registered right now. Those 200 are paying a $50 fee. That's $10,000 towards the monitoring system. If there are additional 50 to 100 that say, okay, yeah, I probably should have registered. Oops, I missed my opportunity. Now you have to pay the $500. Those additional properties are paying the shortfall. And then there might be some properties who say, hey, it's not worth it for me to pay this extra $500. I only rent a couple weekends a year, or I have some other situation going on. And so they decide not to continue to it. I think those are all outcomes that are reasonable to me, because it limits the growth, it keeps your investments intact. We still do have a potential issue with some of the Airbnbs that are in neighborhoods that are not accustomed to having them. I don't know necessarily that we can fix that problem with this ordinance in front of us, but I do really think that we should focus on fixing the growth or stopping the growth of Airbnbs. And again, I don't want to be stuck in a lot of litigation with you fine folks. Let's figure out how we can move forward.
I only want to.
Thank you all for coming out and speaking, and for being such a critical part of our town. The properties you own and the work you do, it is work, and it generates revenue for you and for the town. And you are our small businesses, and you should be supported. As was stated, you pay property taxes, so you have the right to police, fire, water, whatever. This is a very, very difficult situation that many, many towns in America have found themselves in. And I will agree 100% with Councilor LaPetra. We don't want to lose the charm and the community and the feeling of our old neighborhoods with the kids on the bikes and running around and playing hopscotch. And when those homes become dark homes, for the owner occupied short-term rentals, it's a different story, but the dark homes, and there are two in my neighborhood, you never see a light on from October to April. They are never there, which, okay, great. They're paying property taxes and they're not using any services. But when you have too much of that, it does change the community. So there's that. That's a very valid point. There is the point of, does it reduce our housing stock? Yes, it does. I feel like we definitely need to be doing something, but I don't know that this is it. I feel like municipalities have their hands tied by the state. We're very constrained by what we could do. We've had conversations and ideas and, well, could we do this? No, it's not legal. You know, the state mandates won't allow us to put a moratorium on short-term rentals or a certain percentage of our housing stock as short-term rentals. I don't know that this is the answer. I'm not comfortable with this. I think it should be, that line bothers me. I would rather see an overlay, but I would like to see something done. As far as the fee, which has been mentioned, I am for that. The planning board recommends that. It's a reasonable fee, but I am for it spread over 2 to 3 years. I think a jump that much in a 1-year time frame is just a slap in the face to anybody in this town. That's ridiculous. But you all raised very, very, very valid points, and hopefully you do understand the why of this ordinance. There's no malintent towards any of you. And if you have any thoughts or ideas or suggestions, please let us know. You know your industry. Maybe you know a way that the town can somehow curtail overgrowth. And I think that's the big concern, the overgrowth that could happen in the next year or 2 or 5. So I won't be voting for this as it is. And I thank you all for coming out and speaking. I appreciate it.
Just a quick questions for the solicitor. Something Kevin said about the moratorium. I love the idea. I thought the same thing. Joy touched on it. We want an ordinance that not only will help the town, but will stand up to a lawsuit. And Mr. Connolly did inform me that a moratorium isn't legally possible for a number of different reasons. But what is legally possible is the geographic line where we keep Westerly, the spirit of the tourism, where it always was and where it belongs. And that can be done with a zone and overlay district. And I'm going to ask Mr. Well, you know what? Don't take it from me. I'll refer this to the town solicitor. And my question for Mr. Connolly would be, if we did enact a zone and overlay district to include anything south of Shore Road, to keep that in the spirit of what this town has been for years and years, where the short-term rentals were there and the rest of the town was more of a traditional town, would that be a legal ordinance?
The answer is yes. As you know, planning board actually recommended that approach of an overlay district. And I would encourage the council to follow that advice. I think it's good advice. And I think the approach of an overlay district would address probably address many of the policy concerns that you've heard tonight, but from where I sit, it will better address some of the legal issues that you've heard tonight. So yes, the answer is yes, and I would encourage that.
Thank you, Mr. Conley. Last question is, could we pass this ordinance tonight and do the overlay district in a month to coincide with this ordinance? Would that be acceptable legally? Those was the planning board were to meet.
I would suggest, I understand the sense of urgency among members of the council regarding this issue. But honestly, I would suggest that you continue this ordinance for me to bring back what would look like an overlay ordinance to you. I somewhat apologize that there may have been a disconnect when we originally referred this to planning. I thought we'd get more of a, instead of just a suggestion for an overlay district, which is where I think we're heading. But when I saw that recommendation from planning, I did start to do some work on what an overlay district ordinance would look like. So I won't be starting from scratch. I didn't know if the council was going to go in that direction or not tonight. But rather than just enact it, my request would be that you continue it and allow me to come back at your next regular meeting with what I think an overlay district ordinance would look like.
Council Cordio, does this sound like something that you were discussing, something you were talking about? Sure.
A question to ask the solicitor with this overlay district. We're talking about what happens to the town as far as, are we put in a legal situation for the homes that are outside the overlay district that still run Airbnbs?
Well, I think we have to be cognizant of what the legal rights are and address them as best we can in an overlay district. The goal, I can't guarantee you, especially, Mr. Manoa outlined, for instance, all of the litigation that's going on in Newport, which I've been following very closely. In fact, I wish that Mr. Manoa never sent me his 14-page legal memo. I saw it when it came up on the agenda when it was posted. So I did have some time to look at it this weekend, but I'm familiar with all the issues raised in it in all candor. So yes, I think we can fashion an ordinance that will create an overlay district and essentially address as best we can. Can't guarantee somebody won't bring a lawsuit about something, but put us in the best possible posture to defend against lawsuits when and if they are brought.
So just to confirm, in your legal opinion, we should probably defer this to do a little bit more research, that this may be a little too premature to move forward for the simple fact of even just the overlay district.
I am requesting that you not pass this ordinance tonight, but you continue it, not pass it, continue it, so that I can come back with something for you to look at. Not saying even that will be the final, that once you look at it, but give me the opportunity to present that to you. That would be my request.
Thank you.
And we can continue this a few meetings if we have to. Oh, did you speak? No. No? Are you? Okay. Everybody else has spoken, so.
All right. I wanted to address Mr. Romadella. I didn't mean to be disrespectful, but I grew up in Avondale Road, 63. I got there with my parents. I've been in Westerly since 1961. I can tell you, and first what I had a problem with is you said, how can you tell people what to do with their property? And zoning, we've had zoning on the book. It's really, this is a zoning type of a issue, and we can. And you wouldn't want somebody who was fixing cars next to your house on Avondale Road. I don't know whereabouts on Avondale Road you live, if you live what part, but I would but I grew up there. And so I know at the back of my head, it is not the same place. It's a whole different place, but there were fishermen there that had shacks. The lobstermen were there. It was much more blue collar fishermen, but that's all gone. There were 100 kids probably living on Avondale Road. Now it's dead. Been there. My mother still lives there. It's dead. I went down to Sarasota. I came back. I was talking to people on Avondale Road. They said, oh, it's such a great neighborhood. Great neighborhood. This is just like Florida. Everybody's old. The whole town has gotten old. It's like Florida. I know. I'm old too. I get it. But for you people to say that tourism was always the part of the town, I don't know what town you grew up in. I don't remember it. I lived in Misquamicut. I was down there all the time. The bus went through Watch Hill, picked up a busload of kids. You don't see kids anywhere. And I've lived in Misquamicut where, you know, it starts after graduation right through to Labor Day. Every Saturday, a new group of people come in with a new case of beer. It's not really that nice. It has changed the town for the worst. And there's people on here, the council, and and I know there's more people. You're not everybody. But I can tell you, I know nobody in the town of Westerly that I talk to that likes Airbnbs. Nobody that I know, okay? And well, let me just keep going. I didn't interrupt you, so let me just continue. And I find it, you all seem to be bright people, but I find it difficult that you haven't watched what's going around the world, the whole world. There's revolts against tourism and Airbnbs. If you ever, Mallorca passed these things, banned them. If you've been to the Canary Islands, they had demonstrations. I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it like that. Let's talk about all the places that have banned it, because you're making it seem like it's just Westerly. I mean, all around the world, they are banning short-term rentals. Paris, Rome, everywhere is overcrowded with tourism. It's going to ruin the goose that lays the golden egg. Now, some of you people who spoke here tonight, you didn't write letters, so I wasn't able to look up your information. And that's too bad. But everybody who wrote a letter, I got their information. I know how much they charge. I know how much their house costs. And I know more about Ms. Kellogg than any of them. But, you know, I booked a place next year. I put it in there. It's $2,400 a night. It's $18,000 for a week. I don't mean to embarrass you, but when people come in, and every one of you that wrote a letter, and I looked up your property, was living in $1 million property, and most of them had another $2 million property in Delray Beach and another property in Colorado, and they're complaining about $500 fees. And this is what I wouldn't have done this like this. I would have done it like Hawaii did it. And a lot of people are getting, they're businesses. What you're running is a business. You're running a business. I'm not taking it away from you, but you're running a business. And every other business in the town of Westerly is regulated. And what Hawaii did, because people weren't being able to live in Hawaii because of all the tourism. You can understand, I think 30%, we're not as bad. But what they did is they taxed your property as a business. So instead of the tax rate that the residents have, you would get taxed at a business rate. I'm in favor of that. If you want to run a business, that's fine. Let's run a business. Same with your personal property. Everything in your house should be subject to the personal property tax. It's a business. Every piece of furniture. So I think this one was better. I like that it's the demarcation. As you can see, it's not arbitrary or capricious, but you know, it creates winners and losers on one side of Shore Road. But to think that we're the only ones doing this, and I would have liked in some of the letters that the people with Airbnbs would have acknowledged the problem of Airbnbs. But what I saw was just, this is my right to do whatever I want with my property. And I don't agree with that. I think you have to be a neighbor, but just getting to the places, if you go to New Orleans, they cut off the French Quarter. No Airbnbs in the French Quarter. So this has been done. The attorney that spoke, he used this case that I sent around about a month ago out of Connecticut that says you can't do this stuff, but there's a lot of other places in the United States they've done this. And let me just see if I can run down the places that, have been enlightened enough to ban this. As you know, New York City banned all short-term rentals unless the owner lives there and you can have 2 people in the house. That's it. And the other problem with these houses is they are ruining the neighborhoods. Your house might not be, but the chain, you go down to Misquamicut, that is not the Misquamicut that anybody grew up with. Those houses are huge. They're made specifically for Airbnbs. And those are the ones that I really have a problem with. They're big houses. They're for 12 people. And when they're no longer used for Airbnbs, who's going to buy a house like that? They're terrible. Some of them are in bad shape. Not saying yours are. Not saying you're bad people. But we have to look at the whole area. And I don't want the town changing much more until after I die. It's not going to be much longer, but I would like to try to keep it something like Westerly was when I grew up here. It ain't nothing like that. You can shake your head all the time. I don't want to embarrass you. I know who you are. I don't want to embarrass you. So don't shake your head any longer, or I'll come down that path. But here's the cities that have restricted Airbnbs. Alamosa, Colorado, Aspen, Colorado, Atlanta, Georgia, Burlington, Vermont, Chattanooga, Tennessee, Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, Dallas, Texas, Dauphin Island, Alabama, Dillon, Colorado, Frisco, Colorado, Lexington, Kentucky, Marco Island, Florida, Montreal, Canada, New York City, New York, Oahu, Palm Springs, Palo Alto, Park Township, Michigan, Portland, Maine, Red Hook, New York, Santa Rosa, California, Sarasota, Florida, Steamboat Springs, Colorado, and Tybee Island, Georgia. I think there's another one here. But anyway, you get my point.
The whole town, not a delineation between all of it.
You don't
All
know
right.
that.
Sir,
No, you don't. I just said that New Orleans
this
divided it
isn't a
up.
back and forth, gentlemen. Gentlemen, this
Right?
isn't a back and
You
forth.
come here, you want to, but I read things differently, okay? And I don't know where you get it, talking about the poor section of town, Mr. Powers. That almost floored me. But I see that there's a problem with the delineation. I get it. But we have a floating zones for bed and breakfasts. Why aren't you regulated like bed and breakfasts? Why is there no regulation? What if there's a fire that kills somebody? Do you have insurance? Do they know that you rentals in your insurance? I don't know any of this stuff, but the $500 is the tip of the iceberg. I would hire somebody who would just look into this. There's a lot that they need to look into. I think there's more people that have Airbnbs that have registered. So I have a lot of problems. I would be different than the way they're going. Mine would be that these are businesses and they should be regulated like businesses and like Hawaii did because it's cleaner. You make profit. But you all have your businesses that you can write off these expenses like the $500. What are you talking about? Some of the ones that I looked up on the amount of money that they make on a rental for a week is astronomical. The guy behind me where I stayed, he built that house he's not here tonight. He wrote a letter, but he owns a lot of these properties and he builds these just for Airbnbs. They're 12 bedrooms. What are you going to do with a house like that? 12 bedrooms. And Watch Hill is not the Watch Hill I grew up in. It's not the Watch Hill. It's dead. It's dead. So I'm going to try to do something. I'm sorry if it cramps your style, but I just don't see why you're not willing to work a little bit on this stuff. Instead of just saying, no, we don't want this, we're against it. You haven't compromised. I didn't read one letter.
Robert, just a reminder, we're trying to time ourselves here.
Yeah, I know.
We can
You
go,
went
we can go
and
back
forth.
around. We can go back
I'm
around.
almost done. But that's what the problem is. The town manager and I listened to one of these seminars the other day, and it was by two lawyers from Miami who wrote a book and were trying to sell the book, but it was kind of weird because things change so quickly. I don't know, by the time you publish a book, it's probably out of date. But that was the number one thing that they stressed, is that the people should come together and try to accommodate each other. And I haven't seen that done. Well, but sir, your argument was a bit belligerent. It was belligerent, and it was right, because you're belligerent. Look
Okay,
at
folks,
you.
this is not, all right, let's not have direct dialogue between, that goes for us too.
Anyway, yeah,
Council-
I'm voting for it because it's a start. I don't think it should be the end, but it's a start. And I don't know how it'll affect the housing, but I saw a lot of people with several houses. They're renting them out as Airbnbs, and they could, if you can't afford them, you can sell them to somebody else. They'll pay the property taxes, and you know, and the other thing is the amount of money that you say it brings into the town of Westerly. I've been hearing that for 50 or 60 years. I've never seen anybody quantify it, ever. And especially with the cash economy in Squamicut Beach, I don't think it came back to the town of Westerly. And I'm not sure that a tourist economy is something that the town of Westerly should be proud to be. We have to ship people in from other countries to work in the restaurants. We know that. There's no kids here, there's no families here, and you're shipping people in to work for jobs that nobody else will take, minimum wage jobs. How does that help the town of Westerly? It doesn't. It's cheap, and I don't like it. I'm against it, and so I'm voting for this, and I hope eventually, but if it needs to be tweaked, it needs to be tweaked. But it's a good start, and I do agree that when we grew up in the town, like Mr. LaPietra, that's where the rentals were. But they were a lot different than now. People are buying houses, and anybody who says that this country doesn't have a housing shortage because of corporations buying up houses is just got their head in the sand. They are. I'm not saying you are, but their corporations are buying up housing stock. They pay over the market price. They don't need to get a mortgage contingency. They don't even need they don't even bother having it inspected. They buy it and they jack up the price. And maybe you people don't need it, but there's a lot of people for their first house, they're not going to get in one. So that's where I stand. I listen to you. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. Joy, did you have a clarifying question before I speak?
I have a question for the solicitor. Just trying to prepare for what we might expect with an overlay ordinance. Will that be somewhat like this ordinance where there will be geographic pinpoints, a map with it? What will that look like?
Yes, that's what an overlay district is.
So that will be based on working with the town planner or the zoning board?
Be happy to discuss it with the town plan.
Okay. I'm just wondering how it's going to be, where it's coming from, you know?
Yeah, that goes through planning. They work with planning on that.
Sure.
It's, okay. I'll be a bit briefer. But I'm going to throw some things out there and just I jotted some things down and some are comments from potentially the solicitor to answer. So first I want to say that our comprehensive plan does say that we're supposed to, whatever we do, we're supposed to maintain the character of Westerly, overarching goal, and that's right in the comprehensive plan. And the second one, I do want to, I don't know if STRs has anything to do with it or not myself, but we do need to improve housing availability for people who want to live here. So how we go about doing that, we'll see. So I have some questions. The Rhode Island general laws and case references that were provided, and I know you, Mr. Solicitor, you mentioned that you needed time to review some of that, some more, but comments were made about the grandfathered STRs and is it legal to restrict the STR locations since STRs have already been allowed to operate? This isn't something brand new that's to Westerly. And then I think someone else mentioned existing STRs versus new ones. So if we adopted changes to an ordinance with overlay or whatever, are we obligated to grandfather the existing and have it only apply to new or to new registrations? So these are questions probably for a future meeting. And then I'm not sure who's going to do this. Maybe the manager or someone can provide it. We may already have it in the town, but some data on increasing housing stock in relation to the STRs. Does reducing STRs actually increase the housing stock availability? I mean, theoretically, it seems like it would, because there would be more houses available for people to buy. But again, with the pricing, I don't know. I mean, there's probably a few factors involved with that. And then we definitely need to clarify the owner-occupied definition. Is it possible, someone mentioned something about increasing fines for the people who don't follow the rules. Is it possible to increase the fines from 500 to 2,500? Or is that too much at one time? That's
Ultimately, that's for the council to decide if it's too much
okay.
at one time or not.
I think that if we increase the fines for people who aren't following the rules, that may help for that. And then also, I noticed in the ordinance, we talk about the fines for failure to register a residential zone short-term rental shall be 500 per diem fine for every day the property was listed on a residential zone short-term rental marketing website or agency, and an additional $500 per diem fine for each day the property was rented as a residential zone short-term rental. So if someone is illegally operating the SDR, an unregistered SDR, is there a minimum fine that the council can impose? And would that still go to municipal court if they're found? If they're unregistered, does it go to municipal court?
Yes.
And we can institute a minimum fine?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Wouldn't it be better to take the fines and if there's extra money, put it in a fund to help people who can't pay their property taxes, do something like that? What's wrong with that? Putting it, or people who can't afford something because they've just got a small Airbnb that just is their basement or their accessory garage and they can't afford it and they show that they can't afford it, you can give it to them. There's a lot of people that could use the money.
And maybe that's possible to earmark things, but right now I'm just going over things for this particular ordinance or a future ordinance. And is it already mandated in the state law, or do we need to do it locally about building codes, fire codes?
It's already mandated.
It's already?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there was a recent decision issue.
Okay. And somebody mentioned insurance requirements. Is that required? We can mandate that?
Yes.
Okay. Or whatever council is in here. And I think you already went over the process for developing an overlay district. You'd work with planning on that. And then in general, I support tourism. I love the summer. I love to see new people coming in and the visitors. And several comments been made about the budget, the economic driver, or the source of revenue for the town. And yes, tourism does provide a boost. It's not everything. I think several years ago, there was an analysis done, and it does provide a boost, primarily in those, few months during the summertime. But it's not, the town won't collapse. But it certainly does provide a boost, and I do support tourism, and I love to see new folks. I think there's a lot of questions and things to look at, and there's been a lot of good information here tonight, and you presented some things that made me start thinking a little bit more about some of the other details. So I appreciate that. That's it. I mean, the solicitor got my comments, and yeah.
I'd like to propose an amendment to this ordinance. I think that it might be a lot for this council to tackle the overlay district aspect of it at this time. But if we're ever going to move forward on at least tracking what kind of issue we have with Airbnbs in this town, we have to at least raise the annual registration fee in order to buy the software that we're going to need. And honestly, guys, I know some of you complained about it, but a $500, tax write-off, I don't see how it's going to break any of you. I mean, I look online, $2,400 a night. One house was up to $18,000. It's I think it's a drop in the bucket, but it's something that could really help us. So what I'm going to try to do here is start to address the problem, and my amendment will be, yeah.
You probably want to.
I was going to just say I was going to go with the original text with only adding 2A, which says the annual registration. The only change now would be 2A. The annual registration fee of $500 shall apply to all residential short-term rentals. So I would strike, Mary, for you here, I'm going to strike any other underlying aspects in the ordinance, which would be short-term rentals only permitted in residential zones. I would strike that. And I would strike the extra text in B1A, which talks about well, I guess it could have been an overlay district, but it's not going to be now. I'm going to strike that so that Tim, Mr. Powers, and everybody else, it will be fair. It won't matter what side of Shore Road you live on. This will apply to everybody, okay? So all I'm going to do is raise the fee. Shouldn't be an issue. It's going to help the town. It's going to help us buy the software we need. And I hope that's a compromise. I mean, we've compromised a lot here. I hope that's okay for you all. So that's my amendment, Mary.
Well,
and I make a motion to adopt.
Hang on. We got to make sure the motion is clear.
Go ahead.
All right. So, and Mr. Solicitor, jump in at any time, but Councilor LaPetra is making a motion to approve the annual registration fee increase from 50 to 500 only, and strike the other suggested text, new text.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is there a second? On increasing from 50 to 500 and striking the other.
I just want to make sure I'm clear. So again, just increasing the fee to 500.
Yeah, and not do anything else new tonight. And then we can put it on the agenda referral, and then we can ask the solicitor to work on things so that the next council, or if this council decides before it leaves, but the next council will have things teed up. And so that's the motion, is just to approve the annual registration fee increase tonight in 2A1, but not include the other underlying text in those other two paragraphs. Just the fee increase tonight. So I'm just, there was a motion and then there was a second. I mean, there hasn't been a second yet. You have a question?
No, I mean, I definitely, again,
What do you want to?
I can't, I don't think I'm gonna second it right now, just, I would probably want discussion right after that, after we get a second or not.
All right,
I second it.
all right, Council Lombardo seconded. Now discussion. All right.
Yeah, again, I think I am 100% ready to increase the fee on new registrations to 500, no problem. And I would love to be able to do that tonight. I'm still kind of hesitant to impose it right now on existing donors, but I like the conversation. I like the thought and where it's going. I would like to get something done tonight for our time.
Just to quickly respond to Mr. Laufer, legally, when we won't be able to do that, we're not gonna be able to grandfather everybody in for $50. You know, it's kind of, we either think that the town needs to buy this tracking software and charge a little more for everybody. You know, we have to do it all or none type of thing. I've already mentioned that to Mr. Connolly, and you know, it's really all we got left here. I mean, if we want to try to start to outline the issue we have with Airbnbs, we're going to need the extra money to at least find out how many Airbnbs we have. You know, I'm giving up a lot here. I mean, I scrapped the whole ordinance more or less, and I'm just asking for a $500 tax write-off. I mean, it's really going to cost people $300 after they put it on their schedule. I mean, it's peanuts. And, you know, like I said, if you go online, you're seeing 2,400 a night. One was 18,000. Everybody, you know, I know, except for Mr. Dorthup, who says he's barely making by his Airbnb, but everybody else, this is just, I mean, should be a lot more. There should be taxes, businesses really, but I'm conceding all that. I just get the town manager enough money to do his job, to find out, you know, how many Airbnbs we even have. So that's all I'm asking. I'm pleading.
If everybody had looked at the properties that some of these people that wrote in had, I mean, they're $1 million properties and they have 2 of them, 3 of them, and they're complaining about $500. I don't get it. It's a business and it is a business write-off. I don't get it. Why we're worried about $500 when they're making a lot. That's why they're using Airbnb. They're making a lot of money off it. And why wouldn't, have you seen the cleaning fee? The cleaning fee for these houses after a week's $300 that the people have to pay. So anyway, I don't get the $500. I would have gone up way higher. I would have liked it to be a sliding scale, which I think Mr. Lauter's concerned about, but I don't want to put words in his mouth. And also, I think it should be different for people who live in their house. For people who live in their house all the time and rent a room, the garage, the basement, anything on the property, I would leave them alone. They're good, but for Westerly. But anybody who's making money off it and they don't live there, I don't really have a lot of sympathy for that. That's a business.
Yeah, I'll put a solicitor in relation to the registration fee. Could we set 2 different rates, one for owner occupied and one for non-owner occupied?
Yes, you can.
We could. So, and I'm just throwing this out there in relation to Councilor Petra's motion to go from 50 to 500. What if it was, say, I'm just throwing this out there for just conversation, 250 for owner occupied, 500 for non-owner occupied. Yeah, Mary.
No disrespect on the fee increase or anything, but I think for me, I want to understand and know more about this overlay district and how that's going to play into fact, because once we know the actual overlay district and we come to an agreement on that, then I think we can come to an agreement on fees. I think we're doing the cart before the horse. And I'd like what, you know, Solicitor Conley said about coming back with more information so he could get that more defined for us. So for me, I do appreciate it, but I can't move forward on a vote for fees.
Just a clarification, the motion would be not to do anything else tonight. This would end it, only do the fee, and this won't be continued. I mean, and so it's a separate, let's not say ever, it's just for tonight. Yes, Joy.
So clarification on what you just said. This public hearing, this ordinance, everything, I'm speaking to the president, everything would be done tonight.
Yes.
And so a future overlay would have to go through the advertising process.
Yes.
All over again.
Yes.
So can we not continue this?
Well, let me, what's the deadline for the, is it this month, September? The deadline to make any changes to the short-term rentals?
No, you really have, they go into effect December, so you really, you start registering December because it expires January 1, your new rentals, so they're gonna start registering. Do you have a short window to increase a fee if you're gonna consider increasing a fee?
So,
And then can I ask, I mean, you can't just dump all this work on the town clerk. I mean, she's been doing a lot of this. It needs to, I think we need to hire, the town needs to hire somebody to do some of this work because it is a burden on the town for some of this stuff. So that's the other thing. I encourage the town council to get some money started so we can start the enforcement procedure. That's going to be $40,000, and that's just the start of it. Then what happens when we find things? So we're going to be sending people out there. We don't have a person. Do we have a person that just goes around making sure that these things are in?
No, I can only tell you the information I have is from the vendors we're getting demos from on the software, telling us what's actually out there and what's actually registered. So we're not. If we get a call from somebody, and we have, that indicates a particular property is being rented because there's a new family pulling in every 3 days, we'll send housing out to encourage them to register if they're renting short term. So,
okay. So procedurally, it could be a benefit if we increase the fees tonight and not touch anything else and allow this to go back through planning, the public will have additional opportunity to talk directly with the planning board, correct? And iron out some of these things. And maybe the planning board can iron out the overlay, they can iron out this, and we can refer that back to them, correct? So I think if we approve the fees tonight, that'll at least get the ball rolling on a software program or company contract to get a handle on this. And then we can refer this matter to planning or through the solicitor, and they'll work on a lot of those questions and such that have come up about the overlay and these other things.
So I totally understand the need to get some extra funds for the software program. I do agree with some of the residents here that we haven't really well defined what we'll do with the surplus. I mean, I'm not a great mathematician, but if we have, 200, if we have like, say even 300 short-term rentals and they're all paying 500 each, that is far exceeds what's the 150,000, that like far exceeds the cost of the software that we need. And I totally get that might cost 30,000, or that program takes 30,000 to run. But that seems like there's an excess there. I would very much be willing to say, let's charge everybody what we know we need to get the software that we do. That is, I think that's fair to everybody because they know where their money's going to and they know why we're doing it. And then at the same time, maybe we have like the higher penalty. Maybe it's 500, maybe it's 1,000 for new registrations. Again, like new registrations is where I'm really focused. Not so, but like, so why is it So I actually, maybe I didn't hear this point or not. We can't separate the two classes of people registering. Yeah, so that's my question for.
Yes, you can have a tiered permit.
But people already have we can't grandfather someone in at $50 in the same, and you say it's a not occupant, owner occupant. We can't say you're grandfathered in and charge a new guy 500. Am I correct there?
Right, the new annual registration fee would be, under this proposal, $500.
So the old people would be grandfathered in?
No, they would.
No, they would have to pay the 500 as
They
well.
would have
See,
to-
there's no way to do it. There's no way to grandfather people in. I think that's what Kevin keeps getting to, is he wants to grandfather people in, but we can't legally do that.
You can set a tiered schedule up. So that if you want to say those who.
We can't hear you, Bill.
So if you want to say those who were registered by such and such a date.
Yeah.
Will be at 250. Any registrations after the state will be an increased amount. We can do that.
Yeah, I mean, the way that I would try to write something like that is if you are currently registered and re-registration costs $50, new registration costs $500.
No, you can do that.
It's better than nothing.
When you pass that statute, yes, I defer to the administration of it, but.
If there's 300 and at $50 a pop, that's not going to be enough to cover the annual, so.
What if we at least double that to
All right,
100?
hang on.
All
So, and that's what I said. I mean, like, let's do the math and do the division. Like I said, we raise the rates on folks to get to where we need. We do the multiplication, say, all right, maybe we have 200 existing registrations. We're trying to get to 30,000. That would be like $150.
150 is good, fine. Go ahead, Sean.
But there's more infrastructure involved. I mean, you have public safety presence, you have staffing work. If we have 400 or 500 rentals, we're bringing on additional staff. To go from a $150,000 budget is not a lot of money.
It's great. Like we haven't really fleshed that out.
And I mean, there's a lot of infrastructure in town, water and sewer. I mean, there's a ton of stuff that need to be maintained in town. This certainly, I know some people that emphasize it's a money grab, and I can see that, but it's not. It's not generating millions for the town in fees. I mean, the rental might be, but.
And I totally get this and I understand it. I just want to make sure that it is clear, because I don't think to this point right now, it has been clear exactly what that money would go to. We kind of like inferred it and made allusions to it, but I want to make sure that people know. And so if that money is required for our services, then it's required. We need that, and that's something you request. The administration of those services far better than I think any of us up here. And so, I'd be willing to defer to you on that.
So, Mr. Manager, you're thinking probably 150,000 covers?
Yes, because you're not paying for those. The services are all in the general budget now. There's nothing that the fees coming in from the short-term rentals is just going back into revenue stream, and as would any increase. It's the same thing, just to offset the expenses in the budget.
Right, and how many short-term rentals roughly?
Well, we're anticipating there's probably around 480, I think, is what these programs are telling us are out there.
How many do we know of right now? Do you know?
I think it's with 300, Mary?
300. So what do we have?
Bill, it's 9:30. We need to extend the meeting.
Motion to extend.
A motion to extend.
So moved. Second.
Discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Oh,
There's one no, the rest are yay.
it's funny, unbelievable that I was not a big housing guy.
right.
I think the market has a lot of control over the housing. But the three people on here that were just housing. We're gonna do something about housing in Westerly just caved. It's unbelievable. It just caved.
All right, so the motion is to, and we know there's about 300 short-term rentals. Hopefully we'll get clearer picture of it next year when you have this program up and going. 500 would cover what the manager suggests. It can be adjusted next year. And so the motion is to approve only the fee increase from 50 to 500. That's it. And scratch. All right, folks. All right. The motion on the floor is to go from 50 to 500. That's it. No other changes to the ordinance tonight. But we, just so everybody knows, in all likelihood, this will be sent to planning to further refine this. It wouldn't take effect this year, but potentially next year. Of course, that'll be up to the new council.
Mr. President?
Yes.
I don't mean to, but for procedural purposes, you're
Yes.
actually voting on the amendment.
On the, right, on the, his
amendment.
motion to only approve the fee increase and nothing else tonight. Yes. We're in discussion. So is everybody clear on that, Madam Clerk? All right, poll vote. Council
No.
Silva. Council Cordio.
Yes.
Council LaPetra.
Yes.
Council Lothair.
Yes.
Council Lombardo. And Chair votes yes. So now we can, Mr. Solicitor,
Please take a vote on the ordinance as amended.
as amended, yes.
Sir.
Now, the motion to approve the ordinance as amended.
Yes, sir.
Make a motion to approve the ordinance as amended.
I make a motion to approve the ordinance as amended.
Council LaPetra, seconded by Council Cordio. Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
No.
All right. One, all yes, except Cordio, Joy. And it was all yeses except for Council Shalaba was a no. And now, Mr. Solicitor, we don't need to refer this now. We can do it in general referrals and,
Yes, sir.
okay. So we need a motion to close the public hearing.
Motion to close the public hearing.
Second,
Second.
Council Lothair, discussion. All in favor of closing the public hearing?
Aye.
Aye. Council Lombardo? Unanimous, Madam Clerk. Thank you, everybody, for the input and just the fee increase this year, and it'll have to go through the planning board process for the other changes. Okay? Oh, no. That was the public hearing that closed, not the second citizens' comments. There's no unfinished business. New business. Resolution authorizing the town manager to enter into a contract with Fuss & O'Neill Incorporated for professional services related to planning assistance for the Park Duck River aquatic connectivity at Potter Hill Dam project. Discussion and possible action, amended agreement for professional services. Motion to approve.
So moved.
Council Cordio.
Second.
Council LaPetra, discussion.
Do you want me to give an any
Yes.
set of explanation?
We read it.
Oh, you're right. Okay, so this is strictly just for the community engagement. And this is in to extend their contract on the dam. This is strictly to engage in the community engagement. It's a company by Lighthouse, and it's funded 100% by the grant received from NOAA. There's no match on the town side. They'll do projects updates. They'll do a website. They're going to engage in the opposing sides, anyone that has anything to say, they'll answer questions. So they're kind of a mediator that's going to come into this. So
Right. I think it was mentioned in there, Lighthouse.
Lighthouse Consultants is the
Consulting,
name of
yeah.
the company.
All right.
It's not yet.
All in favor?
Can we discussion?
We were in discussion. I didn't see anybody raise their hand. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I just want to, again, I understand the need for it. I know that Fuss & O'Neill has done, whatever you think about the job that they're doing, they've put a lot of effort into trying to accommodate some of the citizens and do it. I really want to use this as an ability to advocate for a project management team that would handle some of those kind of similar responsibilities. It's just getting so contentious that I feel like Fuss and O'Neill is going to be less and less well received in doing this kind of engagement in the community. And I probably am not voting for this just as a protest vote to push along this project manager request.
This is not project management. This is consulting. So I understand what you're saying, but just to be clear, I think this is a step in the right, I mean, this is required by the grant. We have no choice. This is one of the stipulations in the grant that we received, and it's funded by the grant. Different than project management. So, yeah.
Question for the town manager. Does this have to be approved tonight, or can we wait till they have their presentation with us in a couple of weeks? Is there a time constraint on this?
We are hoping to approve it tonight because they want to get started right away.
But they're supposed to come back and we're supposed to have a discussion in a couple of weeks. Could it wait until after their discussion?
It can, if that's the desire of the council. We prefer that not to be the case.
Thank you.
I am with Mr. Lowther. There should have been a project manager. It was Fuss and O'Neill. They're compromised. The procedure's wrong. It has been wrong from the start, in my estimation. I've never seen anything like this. It is corrupt, and it's just bad. And money is corrupted, and I would just like to see the whole project stop, like a lot of other people. Let's put a fishing thing in there. I'm done with the Fuss and O'Neill. So this would be just cheerleading for the project. It'd be cheerleading for Fuss and O'Neill's decisions. I'm done with that because the procedure is not proper. It was not done properly. We know, I don't care what Ms. Cordio says, but I would put my experience against hers any day. This is not good. It was never good. And I want to see it go away. So I'm not going to vote for it. It should have been a project manager a long time ago that was working for the town of Westerly. Fuss and O'Neill works for NOAA. That's why I'm going to vote against it. It's terrible.
You got a comment?
Who do you want to, maybe we can choose Mr. Ogle and Mr. Rosen to be the
All right,
project manager.
Dylan, stop.
Just
No,
throwing out an
no,
idea. No?
No,
Oh.
stop.
Could we do a poll vote, please?
Well, let's finish discussion. Everybody needs an opportunity to speak. Joy, did you have anything on this?
Yeah, so just to confirm with the town manager. So Fuss and O'Neill chose this consultant, or did the town of Westerly?
No, it actually went out. It went out. The Fuss and O'Neill did not choose it. They've worked with this consulting group before. It's not that they don't know who they are, but they did not choose it at all. It was chosen by us, the town.
Okay.
But it's
And-
going under their contract, the services under their contract.
Okay, and it's strictly for public outreach.
Public outreach, community engagement, website, answer questions, try to mediate both sides to come to
Right.
some sort of, resolution type thing.
And this public outreach, community engagement, correct me if I'm wrong, is required in the grant, correct?
It's one of the stipulations required in the grant. We have no choice but to do it. I mean, to meet the conditions of the grant.
Okay, so NOAA's dictating that this be done. Okay,
That's
thank
correct,
you.
yes.
Thank you. Okay. Yes, it's a step in the right direction. Absolutely, absolutely, and it's required, yeah. No, well, we're already in discussion. I think, didn't we already have yeah, Councilor Salaba?
No.
Wait a minute, I thought we had a motion and a second to approve, didn't we? Who, all right, who made them, who seconded? I thought Joy seconded it or something. I thought. Well, we'll make a new one. If you don't have it recorded, we'll make all right, motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
Councilor Petra and Councilor Cordio. And I think it was reversed the last time. Maybe the mics were off. All right, we already discussed it, so a poll vote.
No.
Councilor Cordio?
Yes.
Yes.
Councilor Luther?
No.
No.
Chair votes yes. It's a tie. Really, I mean, this is a required step for the grant.
Then put a project manager on the agenda.
Yeah, and you know, this is.
All right,
We'll vote.
let's just get, all right, let's get something straight here. All right, if people attended the meetings, you would know that that was covered, and the general consensus of the council was not to proceed at the time. And it's been on the agenda referral under updates for a few months now.
Don't
So
care,
if people
Bill.
read it,
The
so
process-
hang
the
on.
process is corrupt.
Council Lombardo,
You've corrupted
your
the
comments are out of
process.
order.
You've corrupted the process. You've corrupted the process.
Madam Clerk, record Councilor Lombardo's remarks. He's accusing people of being corrupt. State that for the, it'll be in the record.
May
Hang
I ask
on.
a town manager a question?
Hang on.
Okay.
All right, so it's been on the agenda referral list, the updates. Apparently, some people don't read it. So it's been there for a while. And if people wanted the project manager further up or to pursue it, then speak up. Don't wait at the 11th hour and then start.
We're done
and
with
then
the
start.
vote, so what are you doing? What
I
is
am
your
clerk.
purpose here?
Councilor
You're out of
Lombardo.
order.
No.
So you already.
Councilor Lombardo.
You already.
May I ask the town manager a question? And I just want to ask, there's two people in this room who've been to more of these meetings than myself even, Mr. Lombardo, Mr. Aiello, Sean and Melissa, in your opinion, this amended agreement for the professional services, is this a good idea to proceed? Is this contractually what we're supposed to do in your opinions?
I truly think this, and I realize the concerns of some of the councils. I truly think this is a step in the right. This should have happened months ago.
Yes.
Unfortunately, the money wasn't funded in the grant until the award we just received in August.
Right.
What direction it goes or options is these people are looking out for behalf of the overall project and all the players involved. I think it's a good step. I don't know where you're gonna, without this, I don't know what direction you're gonna go. I actually I'll have to research the grant to find out if in fact it does even allow, you know, a management factor of it. It very well might, but that's not this. This is the.
Right. I don't remember. I mean, I haven't read the entire thing deep word for word, but I don't recall seeing anything about that allows that. So it would have to come out of the town budget.
No, we could also ask it to be allowed. There's
Good.
extra money in it. So, I mean, there's extra money funding in the grant that may not get used.
Right. So this isn't, you know, this isn't something that was pulled out of the sky. It's been in the required documents from last January, February, I believe. And it was part of the stipulation that we need community engagement. This is a step. It's important for the grant. And it's not Fuss and O'Neill that's actually doing it. It's the Lighthouse Consulting Group.
Already
And it's a
voted, Bill. We already voted.
Councilor Lombardo.
No, Councilor
Councilor Lombardo.
Aiello, you cannot have another vote now.
Yeah, we'll just turn you off, all right? No. There's the door, Mr. Lombardo. If you don't want to participate in being a town councilor, then go. All right, no, stop.
Come on.
All right. No. Now, we allowed you to speak uninterrupted for a while, so cool it. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. And if it wasn't continually being interrupted, then my points would be made and we'd be over. So the point is, if anybody wanted to make a motion to reconsider, it could be done tonight.
I will make a motion to reconsider
Well,
based on what the town manager said and only on what the town manager said. I'm going to make a motion to reconsider.
Second.
Second. All right, discussion on the motion to reconsider.
I would vote for this if you just say we're gonna put a project manager on the agenda and put it seriously. I've asked for a prioritization so I could better understand how we are going to engage all these topics. by the end of our term, and I have not gotten anything but like weird looks. And so I'm frustrated. We can't get anything on the agenda. Yeah, we're gonna blow stuff up until we can start getting stuff that we asked for onto the agenda.
That's a misinformation there, Counselor. If the
Misinformation, like it's not on the agenda. It hasn't been on the agenda. How is it misinformation? I don't understand what's happening here. You can get exactly what you want. All you have to do is like work with us and let us know what is going on.
Now you're
We are
criticizing.
so
all
out in the
right.
cold right now.
Now you're making it personal, Counselor. Maybe show up at some meetings. All right.
What? I make it personal. Me.
Yeah.
This is what I.
Yeah.
Me.
Yeah.
Okay. Sure.
Yeah. Yeah. If the council wants to discuss project management, we can put that on the agenda. All I ask is that people read the actual agenda referral list and look at the updates and then bring it up instead of just criticizing out in public. Bring it up during the meeting. Thank you. Yes.
Okay, so we are reconsidering public engagement. Okay. Again, Mr. Manager, you believe we need this?
I truly, and I'd be the first, if I didn't, I'd be the first. I don't know, if you, I'm just being honest, if you wrote this down, I don't know that the final decision of the dam, what option is going to be coming before this council. It may go before the next council, which is fine also. I mean, that's.
Okay, I'm
just saying,
I'm
if you're looking to make a decision, this is one thing you need to start to implement.
Okay. So
Want this town council to make
I'm
decisions?
speaking. So I just voted for this. I do believe this is necessary, but in voting for this, in reaffirming what Councilor Lothar has said, that the council did want to discuss project management. And I may be going a little off track here, but let's cut to the chase here. How about a directive to send out an RFP for a project manager? Let's just cut to the chase there instead of getting on the agenda, and I'll stop. Yeah, but this is part of it as much as the project management is part of it. So.
And we can do, and we can't approve one tonight, but we can certainly, the manager can certainly put a resolution together and put something together about project management and find out about funding.
Right, we can put together an RFP for project management by all means. It doesn't require a vote of the council. We can do that and see what comes back and then find out if it fits, which I'm sure it probably fits within the budget. I agree with you 100%. I'm not disagreeing with you.
Oh, I don't think the manager wants to be involved in the nitty gritty all the time on this, but I'm just saying my thought is don't spend all the time and energy on an RFP unless you can find out beforehand if it can be funded. Yes, Mary.
Just again, to clarify, could we, when Fuss and O'Neill have a conversation with us in a couple of weeks, could we bring this back to a vote to sign the paperwork in a couple of weeks after they actually answer questions that we may have?
Yes, you can. You can do that. The prefer is now, but if that's, obviously this isn't going far, so if that's the direction it goes, I guess it would have to, because it is something that you have to do as a grant requirement, so.
So I think the manager can put together an RFP. He'll find out if a project manager is fundable and bring it back at October's next regular meeting. Fair enough.
We asked for it 6 months ago, and now we're getting the double
Counselor,
dribble now. No, let me
no.
finish. You
No, I'm not.
babble.
You're done.
You babble all night long. You're supposed to speak the
No.
least. The
No.
rules say you're supposed to speak the least.
Another lie. All right.
Where are we at here? What do you think, guys? Want to
There's
vote?
a motion. All right, so you got, the manager's gonna come back with all the information on the next regular meeting. All right, so poll vote again on,
This is to consider the resolution again,
yes,
correct?
yes. All right, Councilor Shalaba.
Can you clarify, please, what we're voting on this time?
This is the same resolution to approve the consulting,
Excuse me, I
Yes.
don't mean to interrupt, but I think you're voting on the motion to reconsider, right? There hasn't been a vote taken on that yet. Reconsider, and then if it passes, then you reconsider.
No.
Okay.
Yes.
Let's go to the future.
Yes.
Councilor Luther?
Yes.
Councilor Lombardo?
No.
Chair votes yes. All right,
Motion to,
approve the resolution.
for the resolution.
Is there a second?
Second.
That's Councilor Petra, Councilor Cordio. Discussion on that? I think we had quite a bit of it. Poll vote? Oh, wait a minute. Let me know when you're ready. Yes. All right, Mary?
No.
Yes.
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 Petra?
Yes.
Luther? Lombardo?
Nope.
And the chair is yes. 4-2. All right. Communications and reports. Liaison reports. Oh, okay.
Yes, so the Recreation Board is now meeting quarterly. And we met a couple weeks ago. The next meeting will be in December. And I just want to say the beach season is over and the Recreation Department worked their butts off and did a great job. I want to particularly commend the lifeguards that worked at the beach this summer. They had 66 rescues and 3 of them were in one day. They really stepped up. Paving at Similori, anybody that goes to Similori Field, you should drive in. It's done. It's great. Skate park is being expanded. That's under wraps, not under wraps, it's still in planning. And the Recreation Department is very excited to start working on the Bradford project.
I'd like to make the liaison report for the, as a Potter Hill liaison. We're looking for a lighthouse consultant for the project.
Town council reports. Town manager.
Nothing, Your Honor, just a thank you letter I added, so.
Town solicitor.
Nothing at this time, please. Thank you.
Oh, and town. All right. Let me get the town clerk. Did you have any information on the voting?
Yes, the town clerk's office prepared a voter information booklet for the November 5th general election. It's going to be distributed to all households on Thursday, October 3rd, in the Westerly Sun newspaper and included in the express mailing. We'll have additional copies at the town hall, and it's also going to be uploaded to the town's website.
Good, thank you. Did you want to go back to liaison report? Okay. All right, when you find it, let me know. General referrals and backlog agenda, it was updated. And the last column on the list, I do my best to update the current status.
I have a whole bunch of things that I'd like to talk about on a referral list, and that's why I wanted to have a meeting with you guys about, I mean, I could list them all off tonight, or we do it another time.
Motion to adjourn.
Hang on, that's out of order.
We have executive session, Dylan.
Yeah, we got executive session. Send the list. If it's open session stuff, you can send it to me. If it's executive sessions, well, send it to me and I'll get it to you. If it's executive session, I'll talk with a solicitor about it and see what it is, and just send me the list.
I'd like to sit down with you about it. I've been asking for weeks.
I haven't been ignoring you, and I've asked you several times, just provide a list, a basic list, please. All right, did you find your liaison? Okay.
This is on behalf of Dylan LaPietra. Fall Sunday Fun Days will take place September 29th, October 6th, October 13th, from noon to 6 on High Street. There will be free mini golf, kids crafts, live music, pop-up vendors, and outdoor dining and shopping. Mrs. Roper Romp is featured on the 13th, starting at 2 p.m. I have no idea who Mrs. Roper Romp is, but
They
she
dress
sounds like
everybody up.
fun.
Everybody gets dressed up and walks down the street. Yes. All right. Request of town manager by counselors. I think we already sent the one referral about the project management. Request of town solicitor by counselors. And Mr. Manager, I just noticed that on the Route 1 project, the state put up some signs that milling of the pavement is going to start this Wednesday night, and it's going to be done overnight.
Supposed to, it's still up in the air. The miller may be coming in to do a night, but they may be paving during the day because there's advantages to paving during the day. That still is yet to be decided. And actually, the milling could change also, but tentatively it still is at night. And it's supposed to start this week, but they're starting, I'm told they're starting at the Ocean State Job Lot end and working their way back.
All right. That's what this flashing sign says right now anyway, but it could change. It is flashing up there now, starting Wednesday night. It's 10 to 6, I think, overnight for milling. I think that's pretty much what they did on the other end of Route 1. And we'll have an update on payroll stuff next time. Okay. All right. Citizens' comments, and thank you all for being so patient. Same rules. You'll have 5 minutes and just be respectful, and we'll try to do the same. Hopefully, we will do the same. Yes, Tony.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Anthony Palazzolo, Pendleton Hill Road, North Stonington, Connecticut. Although I am a landowner in Westerly, I'm also licensed to practice law in Connecticut and California. I'm not licensed to practice in Rhode Island. Nothing I say here should be construed otherwise. Incidentally, the rules of professional responsibility in Rhode Island require licensed attorneys in Rhode Island to inform public bodies who they represent when they speak before a public body. I'm not surprised Bill Conley and Robert Lombardo don't know anything about Rhode Island ethics. I don't have any clients on the matters I'm here to speak with tonight. I can't because I'm not licensed to practice, can't have any clients in Rhode Island on the subject matter. Tonight, I'm here to talk about Conley's self-serving hour-long screed last week. It was disturbing for many reasons. First reason is there was no public comment for that. And I hope tonight you're going to see how valuable public comment is, because what I saw was a pathetic man who tried to gaslight the town council into believing that they caused the botching of the Watch Hill Lighthouse transfer. It was Bill Conley. The public record shows that. First reason why it's disturbing is because Mr. Conley was supposed to give everybody a presentation and there were no documents associated with it. You didn't have the documents that resulted from Alex Nunes' Zappa appeal, which is what that was supposed to be about. You didn't have any of the documents for the appeal itself. Had you had the appeal documents, you would have seen that Bill Conley falsely asserted attorney-client privilege and eventually withdrew it. You'll find that he just falsely asserted 2 other rejections that he withdrew. you'll find that on appeal, Bill Conley didn't even file a memorandum. He didn't even make an argument challenging anything Alex Nunes said. You don't know that because you don't have the documents because he didn't give them to you. The documents themselves, in my opinion, clearly show that Bill Conley committed malpractice. That's why the whole thing was botched. Bill Conley didn't even finish his legal opinion until after the Watch Hill Lighthouse property was transferred. Now, in my opinion, ultimately, the reason why Bill Conley handled the APRA request so poorly is because, in my opinion, he was trying to conceal his malpractice, and it worked for 8 months. We should have known it all by January. He was able to conceal it all until August. Now, I'm going to take you, because I only have 5 minutes, 2 left, I'm going to quickly take you through some of the documents you didn't receive. These are the documents from the APRA request that he tried to conceal. Dione Garcia, September 18th, to the GSA. I got your respective emails from the GSA website. I was hoping one of you may direct me to the proper individuals in charge of possible conveyance of lighthouse stations. Good job. That's the right thing to do. Dione Garcia, October 13th, 2023. I have done a good amount of research myself that we are still processing. I am hoping that we can set a date to touch base in the near future at your convenience in the next week or 2. So he was telling the GSA he would have results by October 20th or October 27th. There's no email on October 20th, but subsequently there is a discussion of what happened on the 20th. On the 20th, they showed up and said, we don't have results for you. Give us a few more weeks. The GSA did. On November 7th, Dione Garcia to the GSA, we have a preliminary report to provide you with some of our findings. We will share it after it is completed. November 8th, in response, the GSA, we are getting some pressure to move along with the conveyance. So we would very much appreciate any information you can share. Sonia and I will make ourselves available at the follow-up call immediately after you share your preliminary report with us. Remember, they're supposed to have that done by October 20th. It's November 8th. They still don't have it done. They're getting warnings from the GSA. I'm already out of time. May I request an extension of 5 minutes? Anyone want to make that motion? Or do you want to suppress the information again?
The rules of professional responsibility to call another attorney unethical, like he's doing. This guy is a buffoon. He's saying things that aren't true, and I'm not listening to it anymore, but
Counselor,
I want, if
yeah,
he
it'll
gets
be up-
5 more minutes,
it'll-
I want 5 more minutes at the end.
It'll be up to the body of the council. Does the body wish to extend any amount of time? He asked for 5, but a minute, I don't know. 2 minutes? Dylan? Kevin? All right. 2 minutes? Yeah, and, all right, hang on. We'll give you 2 minutes, but refrain from the characterizations of people. If you have a topic that you want to discuss, talk about the substance and lay off the insults of that. He's probably taking from lessons you, right? You just called him a name too. Do you want that on the record? You called him a name too. All right. All right.
Bill, discussion. I mean, we do want
Come
to,
on.
we don't want him slandering. his listeners,
Consensus.
So, I mean, I want to give everybody enough time to finish their thought,
All
but.
right, we just ate up 2 minutes. So
Well,
you
how
want to give him
about
2 minutes or not?
Just, you gave him a quick trigger if he crosses the
Look,
line?
2
That's up to
minutes
you.
or not? I already asked him. He's going to be cut off if he goes off to that.
I'm
that
gonna
route.
trust you, Bill, and give him the 2
Well,
minutes.
Look. All right, you got 2 minutes, Tony.
I didn't slander anybody.
I-
The only time I said anything even close to the line, I said, in
All
my
right.
opinion.
I'm not a lawyer. I don't know the legalities of that, but just try to,
November 9, GSA, back to Conley's office. When we last spoke on October 20th, I was under the impression we would be getting information back from you regarding the status of the lighthouse within a few weeks. To put a closing off of 4+ months from the date we received a recommendation to convey from the Secretary of the Interior is highly unusual. We were hoping to have your research available prior to closing. As you are aware, we don't need your information in order to convey the lighthouse, but we thought it would be valuable to have a general understanding of the access of the property. Dione Garcia, understood. As stated before, we hope to double back as soon as possible with this in mind. Sonia, GSA, I hope you're doing well. Carol and I were hoping to check in with you sometime, December 14th. Dione Garcia in response, I'm on vacation next week. Does that sound like he's pulling out all the stops to get it done after they were warned repeatedly that it had to be done? Didn't sound that way to me. Bill Conley, December 18th. Are you available on the December 28th? There's a meeting on the 28th. That's when the GSA told Bill Conley it was too late. It was a done deal. They were transferring the property. The actual transfer occurred on January 3rd, and there's an email regarding that. Now, one of the few things that Conley said that was true was that on January 2nd, he worked his ass off to try to get it done. It still wasn't done. If you listen to 31 minutes and 30 seconds at the last meeting video, you'll see Bill Conley say that on January 3rd, after the lighthouse was transferred, is when they first had what he called a ready for presentation draft, not even a completed product. It was ready for presentation. He said he worked his ass off on the 4th, and the record shows that he finally presented it to the town council for the first time on January 8th. The council does not have an ability to review and approve that which doesn't exist. It didn't exist until after the lighthouse was transferred, and that's why he botched it and is trying to gaslight you into believing you did it.
anyone else? Yes, Carl. All right. After. Next.
Hello again. I've spoken in front of the town council on a number of occasions, and I've always been pretty polite. Carl Rosen, Ashaway, Rhode Island, 9 River Road, for the second time tonight. I've always tried to come in here with facts and be polite about it. I've attended meetings with the town manager in his office with Fuss and O'Neill and brought topics up that were of interest to Fuss and O'Neill. I've shown them that some of their modeling was incorrect. I presented information about it. They now recognize that I am correct in presenting that information, and they've modified what they're doing and how they're doing it. So I try and come in here with information I think would be helpful. I don't come in here with any other agenda. I'm not a fearmonger. I'm not trying to scare anyone. My purpose in coming here tonight and saying what I said, and everything I said was a fact, is to provide you with information that you can use in making your judgment. I thought that you should know what's going on with wells, how they're formed, what the liability is, and what might come around and bite you in the butt later. And that's what I presented. If you want to go check the geology on this area, you'll find we're the #1 radon territory. That's a fact. When you drill a well, you drill down the bedrock, and then you keep going looking for water. Bedrock around here is granite. Granite contains radon. That's a fact. I've been in the water well industry and the water filtration industry for over 30 years. I know what I'm talking about. I would never be as disparaging as Mr. LaPietra was to me, to any one of you, and you should all be embarrassed in the things that he says and how he says them. Wells are not always perfect. If you're going to drill a well for somebody, you're going to take that responsibility. That responsibility is not just drilling the well and planting some grass seed and walking away. I wanted you to know that you may be on the hook in the future for filtration and the cost involved with that. That's all I wanted to do, was make you aware. And I presented it in a non-confrontational, factional way. And the $4.4 million, that comes from your grant. And being able to put in a fish ladder for that, I know what it costs to put a fish ladder in. I've researched it. I know what it costs to fix the small things that are wrong with the dam. The fissures, the cracks, the caulking, the mitigating of the vegetative growth. That's between $50,000 and $150,000. $4.4 million to put in a state-of-the-art fish ladder, like they did at Horseshoe Falls, it would be well under that. You would save the town probably, I'm not even gonna guess, doesn't matter. You're gonna save the town money. There's no reason to drop the head pond of the river. There's no reason to take the water from everybody's wells that's there. There's no reason to change the recreational use. There's no reason to change the wetlands. This can all be done in a way that's best for the community, best for Mother Nature, best for the fish. And that's what I tried to present tonight, and I'm insulted that you responded to me in that way. Thank you.
Is there anyone else? Yes, sir. Thank you for being patient.
Wow. I've served on a few boards. This has been interesting. So I'd like to see if I had something that could come up. Oh, Lou Ramondetta, and I'm live off of Avondale. I'd like to see if something could come up on one of the future board meetings. And I'd like to see if the town could look at and address the internet, cell phone, and Wi-Fi coverage in the area. I know this is 2024, and I know some of us would like to go back in the past, but we don't have to go back to 1924. I walk out of the front of my house and I lose cell coverage. I walk out of the back of my house and I lose cell coverage. Everybody in our neighborhood, from essentially Avondale going all the way up along the cemetery, there's like, maybe if you're lucky, 1 bar of coverage. I've spoken to one of the town council members. I've spoken to the state, I believe his state senator, Sam Arizano. He referred me to somebody who represents Verizon. She's the government affairs person. I had a long conversation with her on the phone. She was very supportive, would be very interested in trying to do anything she could do to possibly help with coverage in the area. She did say that there's some implications with regards to whether people on various committees do or don't want towers, or other things that could potentially enhance the coverage. I know for me, I think it's a health issue, and I think it's an emergency issue related to weather. We know for a fact that there's going to be a hurricane that's going to hit within the relatively near future. We have hurricanes all the time. We have weather events all the time. Apparently, there's a lot of old people who live off of Avondale who have gray hair, so there's no kids in the area, so there's a lot of us old people in Avondale. So we need to be able to have cell coverage, because God forbid if something happens, I'm not going to be able to make a phone call and I'll be dead. Incidentally, there are 2 children who live right next to me in the house. So I'm hoping the town council can take this at a future committee meeting and take it under advisement. I'm also going to be working with some of the neighbors in my neighborhood. Everybody that I've talked with is more than willing to sign a petition. So we're going to be starting a petition with neighbors. I spoke with the lady who runs the Cook Goose. She complains about the fact that, nobody can get cell coverage. Everybody has to walk out of her restaurant. And even with that, they can't get cell coverage. I mean, this is crazy. We're a major town in a major area. We should be able to get cell coverage. I can't run my cameras, my security cameras. The other day, we live near the water. Not the other day, but during the winter, when all the flooding was happening with the rains and everything, we had an issue with our sub pumps. I had the plumber go over there for an emergency checkout of the property, and he couldn't even call me to connect with me to tell me what's going on in the property, because when he went in the basement, he lost cell coverage. When he was out in the backyard, he lost cell coverage. And again, there's people all over who may be elderly, who may have medical issues, weather issues, whatever. we should have coverage where people can pick up a cell phone and actually talk to somebody. So I'm hoping you will take it under advisement in an upcoming meeting and potentially talk with Verizon or other carriers about something to improve, something to make a difference for a lot of the community people in the area. That's it.
Thank you, sir. And I think Sean can probably readdress, that was brought up last time too. Oh, did I try it again? There we go.
Yeah, I'm trying to start those discussions. It is a problem. I totally 100% agree with you. We're limited as to what our involvement can be. What we're trying to discuss it. So.
And that was State Representative Sam Azanaro. Yeah, yes. I think he was probably instrumental in helping to get Musqueamicut coverage too. You know, I think they just had to move something. It was
Listen,
Yeah.
there has never been,
Right.
the coverage has been bad since as long as there's cell phones here. I've been complaining for years. If you can figure out a way, you're not the first person. Somebody came up here, the last meeting said the same thing. They do put towers up, but since we have so many more tourists and people coming in town in the summer, it's very difficult to get cell phone service. If you wait around to the winter, I don't know, do you winter here? Yeah, it gets a little better. And the other thing I suggest you do is pay that extra $5 a month they get you on, and your cell phone service gets better. They all have that. That's what I. Yeah, but they want you to pay $5. Then when you call, you get priority on the tower. That's the problem. But anyway.
We agree on something, so that's good. That's a good start.
Thank you. It's a good point for everybody. There are a few other low signal areas around town. Anyone else? Philo, sorry.
Philo Willis again. I'm a little perplexed when I heard the manager say the grant requires that you move forward. Because it's a little difficult to understand this whole process. Mr. Ogle told me that he formally requested a copy of the signed grant application. He wasn't given it. He was given some ancillary documents. He wasn't given the signed application. So I really don't know by what authority this council or this town applied to NOAA for a grant. Secondly, the next question I have is the grant that was offered recently, has that been formally accepted contractually by the town? Has the town made a contractual agreement with NOAA to observe the terms of the grant? Thirdly, by what authority was this done? Was it done in a town council meeting? Did you authorize the manager to decide what agreement he would make with the NOAA grant issuers? This is very troubling. The public wants to know, and I think they want to know before the coming elections, exactly who wrote the grant, who signed off on it, what its terms were, a copy of it, and then by what means has this grant been accepted so as to have any requirements whatsoever? To me, the grant as it stands now is an offer to the town to spend as much as $14 million. And in the grant letter that I read, there were 23 instances of where it says dam removal. Dam removal is part of it, to delude you to think that somebody isn't going to come and tell us, well, the grant requires dam removal in a few months, I think might be optimistic. So what we want is a copy of the signed formal grant application under Freedom of Information Act or whatever the law applies. We would like to know exactly what contract has been made between NOAA and the town that would allow NOAA to require or enforce anything. And if that can't be produced, I think the voters need to know about it and who's been pushing this along. And just maybe Mr. Lombardo is correct when he described this whole process as being corrupt. And I'm really sad to say that that's a possibility. Thank you.
Anyone else? Yes, sir. Yeah.
Just regarding some of the things Mr. Lombardo said, I've known your family my whole life. And I'm sorry? Oh, Tim Powers, 155 East Avenue, right in the middle of the town. And regarding what you said about the towns that were not allowing short-term rentals, I can't speak to the varied list that you mentioned, but I can speak to New York City and Manhattan. The same rules apply to Manhattan. You're right, there is no Airbnb, but doesn't delineate between uptown and downtown Manhattan. It doesn't delineate between the east side and the west side of Manhattan. And if it did, there would be a civil war in Manhattan. And that's all I ask. You mentioned that you had some concerns about the demarcation line. I appreciate that, as do I. Secondly, going to Mr. LaPietra's earlier point that the beach communities in town have always been rental properties, and that's the way they should stay. Well, I would push back and say, yes, maybe they have been rental areas going back decades or 100 years or whatever the case may be, but the same rules applied to everybody. Back 100 years ago, when Misquamicut had rentals, Westerly residents had the right to rent their house. They weren't told that they can't rent their house, but Misquamicut residents can, and that is the fundamental difference that this present law or proposal is bringing forth. It wants to treat people unfairly, unequally. So all I would ask, and I'm not a current Airbnb renter or short-term renter, but I think it's grossly unjust to apply different rules for the same town. So I don't know, going back to Mr. Lombardo's point, of all those cities. I just know of New York City, but I can imagine, and maybe I shouldn't speak this way, I will go look it up and do my homework that I properly should do to find out if there is a delineation in a lot of those towns and cities that you mentioned. But going back to Mr. LaPietra's point, taking away that right of Westerly residents is just grossly unfair. If they don't want to rent, or the renters coming into town, leave it up to them. If they want to spend more money and go to the beach, fine. If they want to spend less money and stay closer to town, enjoy the park, enjoy the restaurants downtown or the beautiful downtown area you have, walk into town, enjoy Wilcox Park, then they should be allowed to do that. But to take that right, that freedom that we have as residents, not only of this state and this town, of this country, and just give it to some people and not everybody, I think is just grossly unfair. So that's all I have to say. I thank you both for your input and everybody for putting up with me, and have a good evening.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Yes.
Perry Kellogg, 10 Newell Terrace. Same, I just sort of want to circle back on some of the things that that were mentioned tonight. I would like to thank Councilor Lombardo for celebrating my success in my rental that I work really hard for. I clean it every time with my cleaning lady. My parents come over. My parents come. Right, and I pay a cleaning lady that amount. In addition to the amount that I pay the cleaning lady, I myself spend 4 to 5 hours every week with my parents who are 81 years old. My mom comes, washes towels, washes sheets. My dad takes the garbage to the dump.
Do you report this on Schedule C or Schedule
All
E?
right, folks, let's not.
Sounds like a full service.
Council
I don't-
LaPetra, Council Lombardo. This is the citizens' comment
So
period.
thank you for celebrating my success. I appreciate it. Number one. Number two, as Councilor Lothar pointed out, there are the towns that have banned Airbnbs that you pointed out, New York City, the whole list, a lot of those places have tons of hotel rooms. Westerly doesn't have very many hotel rooms. It's difficult for people to find a place to stay in Westerly, and we're filling the gap. That's an important service for the town of Westerly. Number three, I would like to, I don't remember which counselor spoke about this, but I would like to be a part of the process to come up with some sort of compromise. I failed in being part of this process. It came up very quickly on the agendas. Part of the meetings were in July. I'm very busy. I also have a business in Watch Hill that I run, another successful business that I run in Watch Hill. Very busy in the summertime. I have a lot of knowledge. I've been doing this for since 2006, so 18 years. I know a lot about this. I've done it a long time. I have great experiences that I can share. I can help with coming up with compromises, coming up with ideas on ways that the town can make this successful for everyone. I also get it that there are situations where it's not the greatest, it can cause problems in certain neighborhoods. So I see the need for some sort of legislation, maybe that's not the right word, but some sort of order around what's going on here. And I would like to be a part of that. And I hope that other people who also are familiar with this business would be willing to help as well. So those are the points that I wanted to make. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Council's response? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see you.
I'll try to be brief. My name is Ellen Kane, 76 Winnapogue Road. I'd like to speak about the meeting on last Monday that spoke to Lighthouse Road. I'd like to have this entered into the record, if I may. Thank you. I think it's pretty ironic that 9/25/23 is actually when the town council tasked Solicitor Conley to research the ownership of Lighthouse Road, to research a public right-of-way, and research any easements. And it's taken just 2 days shy of a year to find out that the work that was tasked back September was not completed by the solicitor in time to have the information discussed with the federal government, the GSA, before the deed was conveyed. The deed was conveyed January 3rd, and it's taken almost 9 months to find out that information, which I think is a real shame, especially with only 3 regular town council meetings yet left for the term of this particular council. It's a lot of time that was wasted. The solicitor spent a lot of time during that meeting talking about and defending his belief, his stance that he would not convey any information to a third party until he had spoken to his client, the town council. In fact, he mentioned that. I stopped counting after 10 times. I had to listen to this again. Talked much less about the APA request, which was actually the item on the agenda. But I wonder, in his reluctance and his decision that he wouldn't talk to anybody else without talking to the town council, did he ever ask the town council if he could convey information? Did he give a sense of urgency about the fact that the GSA was saying they needed to make a decision. Did you have that information? And did the town council ever refuse to let him convey any of the information to the GSA? I know in the process of the meeting that was held, Solicitor Conley said he was glad there could be a full and fair opportunity to hear this information in an open session. President Aiello said he was glad that everyone could hear everything to some degree. I want to say fair and open for whom? Maybe fair, certainly for Solicitor Conley to be able to speak to issues, but it was supposed to be about the APA request. As I understand it, the town council members did not have access to that information, what was in the APA request and the appeals. Public certainly didn't have access to that information. Much of the information that was discussed also was confidential. So it was a very odd combination of let's hear this discussion with the public having no ability to really assess what was being discussed. And that I was quoted as calling it an infomercial. I did, because that's really what it seemed more like to me, that it was an opportunity to speak without anyone really being able to question or challenge and no primary information. Also, the way the meeting was set up, the agenda was set up for 17 separate items to discuss in executive session. I now know, after living in Westerly for a while, if it's an executive session, I'm not going to see it, I'm not going to hear it. I'm going to see the town seal up on the TV screen, and that's it. By chance, I happened to turn it on and I heard Lighthouse Road, and I'm like, what's going on? So to talk about having a fair, open discussion for the public, when you call it on a night when people are already deciding not to even look, because it's supposed to be executive session for the whole time, I think is not really fulfilling what you are saying that you did. Now we have information held by the town council, which we don't know yet. And I hope at some point we do know more. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? I don't see anybody coming in the back. Council's response?
I'll start with Ms. Kane. The Lighthouse Road issue, if you had an easement, I spoke to you about this a year ago, you should bring it forward. You told me you had nothing, but you believed. And that's when I started calling you people delusional. You have nothing, nothing that we found. Nobody in the world has found any reason to change that deed. The Lighthouse deed was not going to be changed. The Department of Justice investigated it. The Lighthouse Keepers Association had lawyers look at it. The people on the road, Mr. Conley, there was nothing's ever been produced that would have changed anything. And if you can't figure that out and you can't understand that, I can't help you. But I am going to continue to call you and the people that claim that there's a easement or it's a public road as delusional. You have no evidence. Nobody has any evidence. Nothing Mr. Conley found would have changed the deed going exactly like it was. And they told us that even before we started the silly charade, nothing was going to change it. And Mr. Conley had nothing to provide them that would have made a difference. And Mr. Palazzolo and you embarrass yourself like you did CRMC. You people are wrong. Your legal analysis is wrong. You are delusional. You are embarrassing the town of Westerly. You are making it worse for the town of Westerly with CRMC. Did you see what their reaction was when you were up there? You people make no sense, no legal argument, and Palazzolo just simply is not a very smart guy. He doesn't understand the law, and that's why there's nothing. So you can beat up Mr. Conley about these emails. They don't mean a thing. Maybe with some of the people on this council, they mean something because they don't understand it. But you come up here all the time blaming either the solicitor or making allegations about the town manager, and you're delusional. Palazzolo is delusional. I'm sick of it. You're wrong. You're just wrong. God. Nunez and you provide an easement. You said you don't have one. Provide an easement. It would have made a difference. That's the only thing that would have made a difference. It doesn't matter if it's a public road or a private road. When you get to the gate of the lighthouse and that piece of property, you can't get in. That's a piece of property, has nothing to do with Lighthouse Road. Jeez. Mr. Rosen, you're right about wells. It's one thing I did in Louisiana, oil wells. Anybody who says they know what happens when you start drilling into the earth is a fool. There's so many things that can go wrong. Whole industry made it just figuring that out. I don't care what equipment you have or what you think you know. When you start drilling, anything can happen. So I just want to say I agree with you on that. And the people who say, don't worry about the wells, we're going to take care of the wells, have never, ever studied wells before or drilling underground. I was going to say to Tim Powers, I do agree with them. I don't believe in the demarcation. I would have gone farther. I would have eliminated them everywhere. I would have done it just like New York, or I would do it like Hawaii, and I would tax them as businesses. As Ms. Kellogg said, she works hard at her business. It is a business, and that's where we differ. I see them as businesses. Everybody else sees them as their right to do whatever they want with their property. I don't take anything away from people who want to make extra money, but I do think you should be taxed like a business. And I also don't agree that you're providing an important service. I know I'm not saying that to be disrespectful, but my view is the less we have of them in this town, the better. You know, it's a different view of the way the town has changed and the crowd, the overcrowding of the town in the summer, and I don't like it. And that's just a difference of opinion. I know you could avoid all this if you were an owner occupier, but apparently you don't. When you have guests there, you're not there. And that's what they did in New York, and I agree with that. And we'll wait to see what happens in New York with the hotels. But I don't want to make it personally, but my view is they should all be regulated, and that's my opinion.
Thank you, Counselor.
The
Any
only
other
thing-
counselors? That's it. Any other counselors? Mary?
I just want to say to everybody that stayed late to speak at Second Citizens Comments, thank you for your remarks. And myself personally, I just want to apologize for anybody that was offended by anything any of the counselors have said. Thank you.
I'm going to echo Mary. Apologies to Mr. Rosen, Ms. Kane, and anybody else that has been offended by the remarks here this evening. The majority of us did listen and hear what you were saying.
I just want to thank everybody for speaking tonight.
All right, make it quick. You got something too? Yeah, I just want to, Powder Hill, there's still a Powder Hill page on the town website, correct? So documents are uploaded there, the public forums, town council meetings, what we talked about, Powder Hill, that's all uploaded. Is the grant information uploaded? Documents yet? Maybe not, I don't know. Cover letter, okay. So
The grants are up there. Can we address the
All right,
grants?
Council, be recognized before you speak, please. Yeah, and so we'll just double check that. And that's also part of the community engagement, I believe. They're going to be working on a lot of that as well. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, so the grant was filed, the grant is applied for in a portal. It's not a grant application you can just apply. It's in a portal. You can't even print the pages, it's all fields. And one of the requirements that was stipulated when we applied for the grant, that there was going to be public engagement. There is a cover page that was supplied to the council at the last meeting. The grant is a multiple year grant. The first year of the grant, I don't have the exact number in front of me, but it's about $680,000. And then if you successfully complete your first year, which is just basically design, whatever is desired for the design, then you're potentially, most likely, awarded your second year of the grant. And the second year is construction, where all the money comes in. And the grant process, so we've applied for the grant. We have an award awarding the money to the grant. It's up to the council on how they spend that money. So when we're going to spend the money out of the grant, it gets brought to the council for them to make a decision if contract's going to be awarded to spend the grant funding. And that's how the process works. So we have supplied, actually, it's not even here, Peter Ogle, some information from grant. We printed out some pages on the grant. You're shaking your head no. Yes, we did. We supplied him the same day he requested them. Okay, I'm told that there's a few pages that we're trying to print, because again, it's on a portal. It's not, it's not printing out like a document you're thinking to get them, because Peter requested more information out of the grant. So we're trying to pull it out.
All right, well,
So,
let me,
anyway,
yeah,
that's-
he's got the information. I mean, things were, all right, you had your chance to speak. I disagree with some of what you said and implying that there's corruption. So so things have been very transparent. Excuse me. Come to more meetings. On the, let me back up, Mr. Solicitor. On when we were talking about the STR and moving forward, the council wanted you to work on. So is it best to, I mean, do you understand the instruction, or do you want us to?
My understanding is that you want that matter referred to the planning board.
Right.
To essentially review and make a recommendation to the council regarding an overlay district.
Overlay and all those other questions that came
That's
up.
my understanding, if that's.
Okay.
I don't think we should. It's not going to pass.
Dylan, stop.
May I?
Dylan, no, you may not.
Why
Just
are we
stop.
referring this if there's no
Counselor,
chance of passing?
Counselor. The body of the council wished this to go forward. And stop, please. Yes, we all did talk about it. And so the solicitor's going to work on that with planning. And if he's got questions, he'll come back and ask.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Just a clarification. All right. Possible executive session. The council may vote to go into executive session for discussion and or action regarding those items of business exempt from open meetings under Rhode Island General Laws 42, 46-4 and 42, 46-5A5, land acquisition, discussion or consideration related to the acquisition of real property for public purposes where in advance public information would be detrimental to the interest of the public. And then B, C, and D, all deal with the litigation, Trestle Park versus the Westerly Planning Board, the zoning board, and the former finance director. So is there a motion to go into executive session for all or certain ones?
Motion to go in executive session for all.
Second. Discussion, yes.
Mr. Solicitor, you need all four of those, you need us to make decisions on?
No, the three of the matters, the litigation matters, I don't need decisions on. They're really informational and to answer questions.
So those are B, C, and D. You don't need, those are just for.
That was an update that we didn't get to
I don't
last week.
anticipate a vote. It's informational and answer questions.
Why are we going at this late hour to do stuff that's just
All right.
information?
I want to hang out and bury about a half a
All
pound of
right,
macaroni in the way.
gentlemen, All right, if you two want to have the side
No,
conversations,
we gotta move
leave.
it along.
No,
Take a
Counselor.
vote. We call a
Counselor.
vote. Boom, 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 boom.
Counselor. Been a vote. Did somebody second it? I mean, a motion. You seconded it. All right. All in favor? All right, do a poll vote. Counselor Shalaba.
Yes.
Joy.
No.
Yes.
Counselor Pietra. Counselor Lothar.
No.
No.
Chair votes yes. We're not over yet.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.